Regular session of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, March 28th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Before we get started, we have a memorandum from Commissioner Couillard requesting to be excused this evening. He's recovering from surgery, as we all know, so may I have a motion and a second to that effect, please?
Motion to excuse?
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Also, let's go ahead and do roll call then.
Mayor Vaticius?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Here.
Commissioner Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Eisner?
Here.
Commissioner Couillard is absent and excused.
Okay, this evening, our invocation is going to be given by Reverend Milton Smith, chaplain, first responders of the City of Tarpon Springs. Also, after that invocation will be followed by a brief prayer that Commissioner Eisner's requested for on behalf of Commissioner Couillard, and then we'll turn and pledge allegiance after that. We all stand, please.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this beautiful spring day. We are grateful for such a wonderful city. We pray for the residents, visitors, our friends who visit this precious gem. We pray for our city leaders, the Board of Commissioners, the city manager and staff. We pray your protection on our fire and police department as they protect our city. Bless this meeting tonight. May it be for the good of all of Tarpon Springs. And it's in your holy and precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Merciful God, we pray to you for recovery of all who are facing illness or pain. We join in prayers with all who love them. Grant them renewed strength and courage. Straighten in them the healing powers you have placed within us all. Guide the hearts and hands of those who are entrusted with your care. Help us all to share the anxiety of the illness, to be brave and hopeful. Inspire us with courage and faith. Grant your blessings to all who call upon you. O God, who blessed our ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebekah, Leah, and Rachel, send your blessings to all who are ill. Have mercy on them and graciously restore their health and strength. Grant them a refuah shlemaya, a complete recovery. May healing come speedily. May the knowledge of your love and ours give added hope to them and to their dear ones. May they find even greater strength because our prayers are linked to theirs. When pain and fatigue are my companions, let there be room in my heart for strength. When days and nights are filled with darkness, let the light of courage find its place. Help me to endure the suffering and dissolve the fear. Renew within me the calm spirit and trust of peace. Baruch HaToranoi, Rofei HaShalim. We praise you, eternal God, the source of healing and health. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to go to public comments. Does anyone have any public comments on anything that's not on the agenda?
Anita Protas, 901 Bayshore Drive. Good evening, board members and mayor. I want to correct something that went on the computer that many people have asked me about. The city parking lot uptown. It used to be a beautiful park. They had a big band shelter there. And when Baynard's was open, every Saturday night, seemed the whole town and Anclote area would come up to the park. But then they needed a parking lot uptown. Mother Mears did not give the property, and the Women's Club and Garden Club didn't pay for it. It was purchased by the merchants uptown. And many of these merchants are still in business uptown today. So people have been calling me and asking me, is that true that the Mears family gave it? We thought the merchants bought it. I said the merchants did pay for it, and they did turn it into a public parking lot for the merchants of town. So, you know, we have to be careful what we put out on the computer, because if it's not true, people are wondering about or what the true story is. So I figured out, I said I would correct this tonight for those who are watching our commission meeting that have asked me and they know. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else with a public comment? Mr. Koulianis.
Yes, my name's Frank Perry, 1676 Seabreeze, Tarpon. We had another incident last week with a homeless man at Panera. This guy's been an ominous character. He walks around with a bag with some kind of very heavy weight in it, at least the first day. He smashed it on the counter where people sit, and they have stools there and they can sit and enjoy their coffee and that. And obviously he was trying to intimidate people. And so the next day he came in, and my friend Gary, he went to management and said, you know, you better call the police here. This guy's ready to go off. So the police showed up, did a great job. They got there promptly. They trespassed him. And then, so he hasn't been back. I'm sure he's still around, but he hasn't been back to the store yet. Well, he was the prime suspect. He would shower basically in the men's bathroom, throw paper towels all over the place. There was human waste all over the walls one day. I mean, this is a restaurant. You don't have to have that kind of thing going on. I didn't know that until this blow-up came over the trespass. So then another homeless man, he's a well-mannered man, he's an older guy, doesn't bother anyone. He told me, he says, I'm glad your police department got him out of here. I was sitting in the back one day, and he sat down next to me at a table. He pulled out that bag again and had a butcher knife, and he's swinging it parallel to the top of the table, growling like a lunatic. These guys, most of them aren't a problem. A lot of them are real problems. I was a cop in Cleveland a long time. Trust me, you don't know when they're going to go off. And what troubles me is trying to become a welcoming center for the homeless with the food, and maybe somebody mentioned maybe even building quarters for them where they can stay. I think it's a terrible idea. We've had homeless people die, overdoses. We don't need to become a venue that is known. This is where you come, you want to buy drugs. We don't need that here. We really don't. If one of them drops a baggie out of his pocket with some fentanyl in it and so a kid finds it, oh boy, they don't even have to swallow it. They can touch it and get it near their mouth. This is a dangerous precedent we'd set if we're going to start attracting them here. They won't go away. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Koulianis, former Mayor Koulianis.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tom Koulianis, 1250 South Pinellas Avenue. There's an item on the second agenda, so can I speak on it now? Because I won't be here for that meeting.
You mean on the second meeting?
Yes.
Yes, because it's
Okay.
not on this meeting, it's the next meeting, so you
Thank
can speak on
Yeah,
this
I want
one.
to speak in favor of the Jitney program, and it's part of our history. I remember visiting Tarpon Springs, visiting my grandfather back in the late 40s, and my cousin Theo and I would take the Jitney to Wall Springs, swim all day, and take the Jitney back home. It was a great part of our history, and it would be great if we could keep it and create that project that's on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Delacus.
Good evening, Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Our best regards to Commissioner Koulianis. I understand he had a little medical issue and We hope he heals quickly and all is well. Okay, so again, I want to just brief the public on a couple of things that our good friends, excuse me, in Tallahassee are up to these days. Big article in the St. Pete Times, tackling housing affordability. But you got to read somewhere in the little details. And most of it, again, is tax incentives and credits for the developers, allowing corporations to donate their corporate income insurance premium taxes to Florida Housing Finance Corp., signing an additional $150 million to the State Apartment Incentive Loan Program, giving property tax exemptions for land owned by nonprofits that have existing apartments that offer at least 70 affordable housing units. Now that's kind of weird. That's real specific, like for a particular group you're targeting as compared to just any nonprofit. But here's the part that's interesting in the little further fine print. The legislation also preempts, I repeat, preempts local governments' zoning, density, and height requirements for affordable housing projects in areas zoned for commercial and mixed-use development. In other words, affordable housing developments would not require a zoning change. Ooh, there again, taking the homeroom power out of your hands. It says, does applications for housing developments would still have to be approved by a municipality and satisfy the county's land development regulations and be otherwise consistent with the area's comprehensive plan. If the development is within half a mile of a major transit stop, the county be required to consider reducing the parking requirements and attempt to encourage more urban housing. So again, in the guise of trying to do well and solving a problem, they're undercutting your legs. Now also, in the perspective, there's an article here, helping an undocumented immigrant in Florida could soon be against the law. Imagine driving your elder mother to a doctor's appointment and being charged with a third-degree felony. Or having your neighbor over for dinner only to be arrested. If passed, SB 1718 would criminalize legally lending a helping hand if the object of that help is an undocumented immigrant. It tears up the very fabric of social ties and trust that bring cohesion to a community. This isn't about punishing immigrants who help Americans. You as citizens would now be criminalized too for lending help. But they make us the criminals too. What is the real purpose of this bill? So I want to skip down to another section. Understandably, religious leaders, lawyers, and landlords are among those who are deeply concerned about this bill. But should we all be worried? How do you even know that someone you are helping is undocumented? Do we ask people's status? Are we supposed to rely on racial profiling and not insist anyone who looks like an undocumented immigrant, which will lead to a sharp increase in racial profiling? Or will legislation in the future propose that we ascribe, here's the interesting part, let me read it again. Or will legislation in the future provide that we ascribe some physical marker to anyone who is an undocumented immigrant? This sounds dangerously familiar, and it will sweep all of us into the process of immigration enforcement. Do we remember when people last were marked on their heads as Jews, taken to death camps? Persecuted. Let these people know up in Tallahassee, we have a conscience here.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on anything that's not on the agenda? Mr. Jumper, is there any public comments by remote access?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs, we have one email.
Yes, we do. This is from Mark Eisner. As a 12-year resident of Tarpon Springs Parks, I have seen and heard a lot of rancor between residents and commission members. However, what I saw at the last meeting was a new low, bringing a commissioner's religion into it. Even if the resident who spoke to Commissioner Iser didn't mean to be anti-Semitic, the association between being Jewish and List and Hitler were insensitive and hurtful. Whether you said the words or not, you also intimidated my cousin was not a good Jewish person. He could have made his comments about my cousin without bringing his religion into it, especially in the current environment of significant rise of anti-Semitism. I think the whole Board of Commissioners needs to understand this and discourage comments like these. There have been Nazi banners with swastikas hanging off the Tampa Convention Center and anti-Semitic material being beamed off football stadiums in Jacksonville. I agree things at the meeting need to be toned down. Why don't we start with an understanding of why what was said was hurtful? Remember the separation of church and state. Let's keep religion out of our public meetings. Thank you, Mark Eisner, PhD. That's the
Thank
only
you.
one.
Okay, that ends the public comments. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. I'm going to read these off. Item 1 is attorney's fees, Johnson Jackson, invoice 10586. B is Eunice Salzman Jensen, invoice 74751. Special event Sunset Hills PTA Color Run is number 2. Number 3 is ratify increase to file number 190115, equipment rental and related products. Item 4 is ratify and increase file number 210015, equipment rental and related products utilizing the Sourcewell RFP. Item 5 is approve file number 230134, single source purchase of turbine effluent pump and motor packages. Item 6 is award file number 230067, single source purchase of corrosion inhibitor. Item 7 is rescind award, reject all bids, and rebid file number 230073 concerning grounds maintenance services. Item 8 is authorize execution of Pinellas County Urban League Low-Income Home Water Assistance Program agreement. And then we have an addendum, which is on the consent agenda, authorization to seek reconsideration of Forward Pinellas Council, providing us with our individual seat on that council. Does any commissioner wish to pull any of these?
I need number 3.
3 for you, Commissioner Eisner?
I'll pull number 9.
Number,
Or I guess it's
The addendum?
the amendment one, yeah.
okay. Vice Mayor Lunt, you.
No, I'm
Anything?
fine.
Okay. Let me go to public comments on any of the items that are not mentioned, which is everything except for item 3, which is the rental and related products on Omnia Partners contract and the addendum concerning the Forward Pinellas Council. Are there any public comments on any of the others?
Mayor, I need it.
Peter Delac is 514 Ashland Avenue, actually number 8. And first off, I would like to say this appears to be a real good program. And as I was reading it, it was a little confusing about the process, and there's vendors and who the applicant is and stuff. So I would beg if Ms. Jacobs could maybe take a moment and explain to the public kind of how this worked, because I wasn't sure if y'all do a record of people that have this particular issue and you notify them, or does the Urban League have a list of people that applied, or is this something we can notify the residents that how they could be eligible? So mostly I just wanted to open the door so maybe some information could flow out to the residents other than just being a line item on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Let me hold on a second. Is there any other public comments? Okay, Ms. Jacobs, would you like to just take a couple
Sure.
of minutes?
The Urban League had contacted us. It's a federally funded program. So the way it would work is we currently have a list of agencies who assist customers in need. And when we're made aware of those customers, we do give them the list, and they would contact that agency that's on that list. And it's usually through an application process, any of those agencies. And if the customer meets those qualifications, then they, and have their permission to discuss their accounts with us, they would assist them with, from what I understand, this particular program, someone can get help for not just water, but also for power. So if they qualify, then they would guarantee whatever that amount of payment is to us. No, any resident could apply to those programs that are listed on our social service list. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
We do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay. If I could have a motion for approving 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
So moved.
Do I have a motion and a second? Okay. If there's no further commission comments, roll call, please.
I have a comment on, I wanted to pull 7, but I mean, I have a comment on number 7 if I don't mind, if you don't mind me.
Well, go ahead and make your comment then.
I don't know if I want to go through, when this comes up again, allowing that same bidder to bid when this comes up, because when you do a bid and you rescind it over a small amount of money, it kind of makes it where it's like televising what the next bid should be. So I don't mind rescinding it. I just don't know if I want to allow that person to bid on the next bid or go around. That's what I wanted to say. Okay?
Thank you. City Manager, of course, want to leave it at that, or do you want?
Well, that is an option. Of course, the city attorney can weigh in, but we've done that before. Believe you do have an option. And I think the normal course action done in the past is a suspension from a year from bidding. And that is a prerogative for you to do. The city attorney can confirm that. So that is your option as a board.
You seconded the motion, right?
I did.
Well, you can
But I
amend
seconded it for a
No, I know,
discussion.
but you can amend your second and then request the person making the motion to amend it to yours if you want to prevent this one vendor from bidding again on that particular item.
Well, I do want to amend it, yes.
Go ahead and amend
So
yours.
I want to rescind the bids and have it go for another run, but rescind him from bidding on it again on the rebid.
Okay, so the second on the motion was to approve the items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, with a condition that the, keep the one person that had won the bid on item 7 from bidding again on that particular contract. Who made the motion on that? Would you care to amend that?
Yeah, I've got a follow-up question then for Tom, if I could ask that then now. Actually, I don't know if it's Tom or Paul, actually, I'm sorry. Or maybe, okay. What happened in this situation? Because the bid tabulation shows somebody that they actually put a dollar amount next to the cemetery.
That would be
area, that'd
Janita.
the
You're
procurement.
almost right. Two's right. Third's right is Janita.
I'm gonna let Janita answer that one,
Okay.
because she's more involved in that part.
Good evening, Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director. Yes, so last board, we brought this forward with the dollar amount and had vetted this contractor. We got award approval. The next day, we contacted the vendor, and he said, no, I can't do it for that amount. I left off part of the cemetery. So we then contacted him and said, you know, you've signed your bid. This is, you know, honest amount that you have given us. You have to comply with this. There are opportunities in the second year for CPI adjustment, but at this point, your bid is your bid, and we can't allow you to change your bid. And then he came back and said, then I choose no, not to take the award.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
I have.
Ms. Lewis.
You got,
Yeah. I did want to ask you something. I looked through the bid. It was quite explicit. I find it very hard to believe that he missed something. And I know it wasn't a much that he missed. And if you're going to turn down a bid of $206,000 over a $4,000 or oversight and you can't make it up other ways, you really are putting out feelers on a bid to then have a rebid coming in higher going out. So that's why I don't really think it's appropriate for him to rebid on anything. It would destroy all of your bidding power, and I don't want to do that.
That does occur on some occasions, yes.
I know, but that's not allowed, in my opinion, or should
Well,
not be.
It's going to depend up to Commissioner Carr whether he wants to amend his motion.
Okay, no more questions? I'm fine with amending it. So my amendment would be to disallow Arlington grounds maintenance from bidding and any future bids from the city.
Okay. So is everyone clear on what the motion is? Do you want me to repeat it?
Well, his is forever. Mine was for a year.
I think the city attorney
I
should,
think you can do it forever, but
yeah, I think the city attorney should, we use, in the
I
past.
will say technically, like, I come out of federal, they only do a 3-year, but since we're a municipal, smaller entity, I would suggest a 1-year suspension, no longer. We don't really have a reason to hold beyond that.
For 1 year, amended.
for 1 year, Commissioner Carr?
I'll second that.
Okay. So everybody clear on everything else? Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, item 3, ratify increase to file number equipment rental and related products and services through ammonia partners contract. Commissioner Eisner, you pulled that one.
Thank you. I need Mr. Function. I'll be nice.
Good evening. That'd be nice.
How did we fall asleep at the wheel, not knowing that the back of a truck is loose and it's falling off?
I'm still trying to find out myself over here. I guess my previous fleet supervisor never made us aware of that, so.
Because I'm not looking to not go ahead with it. I know you're stuck. But when I look at a 97 vehicle and it just doesn't wake up one morning and the back of the truck decides to get loose, that just shows me that nobody's watching the hen house, and it irritates me. So I did want to bring that up to you. I know the other one has engine problems. Do they give you any sort of protocol on where they're going to find this? Are they able to loan you another vehicle? I'm getting really tired of having taxpayer money going to Hertz Rental and Herc Rental and all of this, you know, and then poor Janina has to come up before us and take abuse of asking for more money every 2 weeks, and I don't have any more hair to pull out. So that's my line.
Well, I can concur with pulling the hair out. Yeah, I know it's a little tough over here. That truck, believe it or not, it has very low miles on it. I guess it was the injectors are going bad onto it, and like most of these older trucks, the parts are very hard to get. As far as renting, we do our best we can to share vehicles, and we talk to all the departments. We have a very good relationship where we can. But unfortunately, this is stretched out. And okay, it's been kind of strange the last couple of years trying to get parts and even rentals. We're lucky we got the ones we got. So, no, I'm not happy with it either. I concur with that. I've been doing this for a long time, and this has been one of the rougher years as far as renting equipment. But if I get in faster, I'll do everything I can to get in faster.
So I'm glad you said that. So I went through this book that both the vice mayor and I have, and there's a lot of vehicles in here. I don't want to discuss it tonight. We'll be here all night. But there's a lot of them in here that they need to be thrown out. We know this. And we're coming into the budget year again, and I would love to be able to have just reliable vehicles that we could utilize rather than renting. So
You will see it in my budget this year, definitely.
I have nothing else to say then.
Thank you.
Okay. There, Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yeah, I actually have just a couple of questions on this. I was curious, it says the vehicle has been locked out for what does locked out mean?
Anytime any type of piece of equipment is felt unsafe, the term we use, locked out. It's not usable.
Or
So
is
we
it
lock
locked
it out.
out just
We
means
red
not in
tag it,
service?
lock it out, same difference.
Okay, and the other thing that I was curious about is we replaced 2 long bed pickup trucks with a dump truck?
Yes.
Is that,
That was what available when it comes to rentals.
that was the only thing that was available
I think it
at
was
the time?
available. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner Carr?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item 3? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments on item 3?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve item 3, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, the addendum, authorization to seek reconsideration from Forward Pinellas to provide us our individual seat. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I just need some more information on this. I understand the letter that's in the backup, but I don't know what seek reconsideration of individual seat, and what that actually entails and what's happening. So can someone provide some steps of what would happen and if we authorize this, what the steps are and how it works?
Yeah, I can explain that a little more. Basically, we received an email from Vice Mayor Buckman of Oldsmar, who's our representative on Forward Pinellas Council. Forward Pinellas Council is the old Metropolitan Planning Organization and the Pinellas Planning Council, both for land use planning countywide and also transportation. And that was formed into something called Forward Pinellas. We have one seat with Oldsmar, Safety Harbor, and ourselves that we share on a 2-year rotation. Every 10 years, Forward Pinellas is required to go through a decile review of apportionment of their seats. They look at population and they make adjustments accordingly. They have 15 seats on the council. They have 15 seats on the council. They can go up to 25. We were advised by Vice Mayor Buckman of Oldsmar that based on some committee review that we would be considered for our own seat. And that's what we went on for about a month, and then we were told that actually we would not be considered for our own seat, and in fact what was being done was increasing the tenure of the 3-city seat to 3 years. So we wouldn't have a seat for every 6 years. It would be our rotation. And so that kind of was troubling because, quite frankly, Forward Pinellas had not, their staff or anybody had not contacted ours, had not had any discussion on that. So I went down and invited the rest of the commission to go down, and I think the 4 of us went down and asked the Forward Pinellas to reconsider providing us our own seat. And basically, after some discussion, the vote was 7-5. What the rationale was that they needed an odd number of seats to break the tie. And the vote was 7-5, which 7 and 5 is equal to 12. So that was where it landed. We had some strong support, surprisingly strong support based on what the city manager told me from past experience down there of support that we get from these kind of organizations. So it was still troubling to me that and also there's an expectation that we write a resolution supporting this change to 3-year terms. And I told Mr. Blanton, who's the executive director down there, that we can't guarantee that. We haven't even discussed it. So I thought, just for my own self, I would write a letter down there telling them how I felt about it. I made it clear that the letter was my comments and not necessarily reflect that of the commission. And I also asked the city manager to check with the staff to find out whether they felt we should request a reconsideration, whether they felt our own seat would benefit us to that extent of asking for reconsideration. City manager, along with Ms. Vincent, came back and says, yes, it would certainly benefit us to do that. So I added that in there to request a reconsideration, not knowing what their procedures were, and then, of course, understanding that it would be conditioned on what the city council would come up with. And the reason why it's on tonight, of course, is their next meeting is April 12th, I believe. and we have our sine die, and then the next working commission meeting is going to be the second meeting of April. So if there's going to be any reconsideration of this request, that on their next Forward Pinellas council meeting, then I needed to get some kind of an approval from the commission tonight for that.
Okay. So, thank you for the background. I still don't know what we're authorizing tonight. So what are we authorizing from the steps at this point?
Just the commission's consent to move forward with formalizing that request on behalf of the city commission,
Okay.
rather than myself in the letter.
But there's no backup that details that out of what that reconsideration is, right?
Details what?
Of what you're asking that reconsideration. There's nothing to back up to say this is what's being submitted, right?
All we're doing is we're requesting,
Who's handling
don't take
the
this the wrong
request?
way, but if you were at the Forward Pinellas meeting, you'd understand what the details were. And basically, we actually satisfy the minimum threshold of the population.
Mayor,
But
I understand the background. I've read the emails back and forth. I just want to understand the procedures, like what you're asking us to approve tonight. So if it's approved tonight, does the city manager go then and make a request to Mr. Blanton, or you taking that as the mayor and making the request in addition to your letter that's already been sent to Mr. Blanton? So I'm just trying to understand what you're asking us to authorize. And then is there a procedural available to have a reconsideration? Was that confirmed that Forward Pinellas can do that?
We're waiting to hear from Forward Pinellas with what their reconsideration process is. That's in the letter. That I don't know what that process is. Secondly, I can't ask the reconsideration myself, but the letter is very clear as far as what the reconsideration is for. And tonight's agenda item is just for the commission to concur with that request based on the letter that I submitted to provide us our own individual seat. And it would be a simple follow-up from myself to Mr. Blanton stating that the city commission considered this item at last night's meeting, and that there is concurrence on the behalf of the commission to move forward with requesting the reconsideration if their rules allow it. And again, the timing on this was their next meeting is in April, before our next working commission meeting, which would be the second one in April.
Okay. I just had to say, I'm not comfortable because there's nothing in the backup that says this is what we're doing. It's just a letter that you have already sent to the board.
That's fine.
And so that I'm just letting you know that from what my experience is, there's been requests to make sure the backup's there with information, and it's not necessarily there with this item. So I'm happy. I want the board to know that we want a seat on the Forward Pinellas. I just want to make sure that it's understood the procedures of how it's happening. And it's probably best if the city manager follows up with them or something along those lines as well, too, on behalf of the city itself.
Right. If you take a look at the letter, and I'm going to try and pull up the exact sentence on it, I think it's pretty clear, but I understand I'm just doing this to make sure that the people that are watching don't think we're operating by the seat of our pants here. Let me just read this letter. That might make it clear for everybody. This is to Mr. Whit Blanton, who's the Executive Director of Forward Pinellas. Thank you for your letter concerning the decision on the reapportionment of seats and your sentiments of how the Forward Pinellas staff can continue working with the City of Tarpon Springs. By this letter, I wish to also thank those Forward Pinellas Board Council members who supported our request for an individual seat. The reapportionment was based on regulatory decile review. Consequently, the City of Tarpon Springs does not take this process lightly. My comments here are my own and do not necessarily reflect the sentiments of the Commission. The fundamental problem for us with your reapportionment process is that the City of Tarpon Springs was not consulted, nor were we explained the process. At the meeting, there did not seem to be an issue with that fact, which is equally troubling. Again, it was a decile review, not an annual or a biannual one. Your rationale for the need to maintain an odd number of seats to break a tie may offer a convenient reason to vote against our request, but in practice, it's a weak argument. I should point out that the vote for your apportionment plan on that day was 7-5, 7 yeses to 5 noes. That is an even number. Not all deliberative bodies have an odd number of members for the purposes of voting. Their size is based on having the number required to represent its members' needs equally and fairly. For example, our Florida legislature of 120 representatives and 40 senators is not based on an odd number. Lastly, representing 1 million residents. Lastly, any measure that needs an odd vote to break a tie in a collegial body such as Forward Pinellas, representing 1 million residents, is problematic in and of itself. The measure should be reworked and brought back with greater support. In effect, the message from your comments and that of some of the council members was that about 2.6% of the county population, i.e. being Tarpon Springs, was not worth the effort of revisiting this matter, even with a close vote. Again, we were not notified, asked, briefed, or consulted in this matter prior to your vote. All we were told by Vice Mayor Buckman was that Tarpon Springs was being considered for its own seat. Nevertheless, we came to you asking for help for better representation. We have a population now that rates its own seat based on your staff's analysis of about 2.5% population threshold. We are isolated at the north end of Pinellas County. We are facing unique challenges like those that the southern Pinellas beach communities faced 2 decades ago. We're about 90% built out. We believe a focused planning transportation dialogue within an organization that serves that purpose is by far superior to my discussing matters informally with my colleagues at the Mayor's Council of Pinellas County. As such, I would like to know whether the Forward Pinellas Council has a process for requesting a reconsideration of this matter. I consulted with city staff as to the benefits of having our own seat before my decision to make this request. The city staff believes we would benefit. However, I do not know, without being a council member, whether that is allowed under your rules of procedure. I would suspect, as with Robert's Rules of Order, it would require a council member on the prevailing side of the vote to make such a motion and it be passed by a majority. If that is the case, I'm requesting a formal agenda item, either through you or our representative, Vice Mayor Buckman, at your next meeting to make such a request of the council members on the prevailing side. I will also obtain the consent of our city commission to proceed in this matter. Please share this letter with the Forward Pinellas council members. So it's the last sentence: I will obtain the consent of our city commission to proceed in this matter based on all the information that I just read.
Okay, but it's the letter that was already sent, right?
Pardon me?
The letter is already sent to the board though, right?
The letter I'm asking you for your consent based on this letter that I sent them.
Okay.
Those are the terms of the basis of the consent that I'm requesting.
Okay, so it was a letter that was sent already to the Forward Pinellas that you're asking consent from the Board of Commission to support, correct?
Yes, basically, we're formalizing the request that is made in this letter by the city commission voting on it to make that request, I guess. Is that?
No, it's clear. I mean, you have to understand, it's a letter that's already been sent in the past that you're asking authorization for the city commission to support. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Is there another letter that's going to go out? I'm willing to support the city manager reaching out to the Forward Pinellas, but I don't want another letter coming from the Board of Commission or yourself going back to them and stating other things. I'm not sure what it's going to say, so.
There's not another letter. Well, I mean, I don't envision another letter. It's just going to be an email from me saying that based on my last sentence, we have that consent from the commission.
Okay, as long as that's what I want to understand, what we're authorizing. So if that's the case, that's the case. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Are there any are there any other commissioner comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Hold on, Vice Mayor Lunt, go ahead.
To make a couple comments just for edification of the public. This reapportionment with the with Forward Pinellas only happens every 10 years. So if we don't get a seat on this board, we are stuck with a partial representation for the next 10 years. Now, what happened at the recent meeting was they appointed 2 more seats, one to St. Petersburg because of its growth, and another one to a beach community because their population had split up enough so they reached a 2.5, 2.6 percentage point, which is exactly where we are by their own analysis. The only reason that was specified that we did not get a seat on the board at this time is because a couple of the people decided that an even number wouldn't suit the board. So this is absolutely not fair to us that we are now, again, stuck with, well, not stuck, but combined with the city of Safety Harbor and the city of Oldsmar on a planning council where we have no geographic similarities to those 2 areas. We don't share a highway, we don't share the same water, we don't share anything. We're just put there just because they kind of don't know what else to do with us or whatever. And I don't believe that's right. So what the mayor is asking for is that we actually ask them formally for a reconsideration of their approach in the hopes that we can actually better our position, because we weren't really invited to discuss this before.
That's true.
And that's basically all it is. And it has my full support for reconsideration.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to also dovetail off of what Vice Mayor just said as well. I was at the meeting as well, and one of the big contentions was that 12 votes won't fly. Yet, as the mayor said, 12 votes were the votes that actually turned us down. But the funny thing was that as we were sitting there, I'll remind the board, there was one member that asked if there was ever a decision that hung in the balance with a 6-6 vote, or that really needed an odd vote to clarify a vote. And they all sat there, and that never came up. I think there was one situation that they brought up in a meaningless meeting. It was just like a discussion meeting where it was contentious to not have an odd amount. So their whole reasoning for why they've turned us down made no sense. It seemed like, as we've been saying, there was no reason for us not to get this seat. We're the northern Pinellas connection to Pasco, and I honestly was a little bit shocked that the vote and the comments that came that night, that they with the way they spoke. So I would appreciate having a second comeback.
City Manager, of course, do you want to add anything, or you want to stay out of this one?
It's just simple to me. And I've seen it over the 45 years I've been here, so this is nothing new. Again, I told you 7-5 votes, a great victory, because we're usually on the end of 11-1, or you know, we're usually on that end of being disrespected and not giving our due. So wholeheartedly, this is a very simple situation. And again, we tried to get to you for tonight what the rules for reconsideration, but they don't even know their own rules of reconsideration. So we're just asking, figure out your rules and give us one, because we deserve the seat. There's no doubt we deserve the seat. And I think we owe it to us and the public to do if we go down fighting, we go down fighting again. If we get rejected, we get rejected. But you know, we got to stand up, and one of these days we're going to be on the positive sides of these votes. And it's been 45 years coming. I hope to see it in the future, and hopefully it's this time, because our case is pretty solid. That doesn't mean we're going to get the votes, but by all means, you know, it wasn't a proper thing and a proper vote. We're asking to be reconsidered and reconsider the facts, and then we'll take what happens. It's a no-brainer decision as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
I've got a quick comment, Mayor.
You have another comment?
Yeah, so I did speak to one of the county commissioners, and he was followed up from the meeting, and he said, look, it didn't fall on deaf ears across the whole board, and he was encouraged by there was some support out there. So obviously the city of Tarpon Springs has some support, so hopefully a couple of the board members will see the light in some aspect, right, and see that Tarpon Springs is not St. Pete, Clearwater, Safety Harbor, Oldsmar, or somebody else. So,
Yeah, County Commissioner Scott asked a few pointed questions at that meeting. I think Commissioner Eggers is on the board, but I don't think he was there, and Commissioner Long was not very helpful at all. She's the, whatever, the chairperson or whatever, the head of the council, so,
it's not
yeah.
too surprising.
Thank you. Are there any public comments concerning this matter? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay. If there's no other commission comments, roll call. We have a
motion to
motion
approve,
and a
Mayor.
second, right? We need a motion and a second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, let's go to the special consent agenda. Item 9, select date and award for contractor for the 2023 July 4th fireworks display. City Manager LaCourse.
Yes, I'll bring Janine up to explain this situation we're in this year with our fireworks.
Good evening, Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director. Yes, so on March 17th, the contractor that we normally have contacted us and said that he could not perform our fireworks show on the 4th of July. At this point, we asked him what was going on, and he said he had lost a few of his key people who did our show. We then went back and tried to ask him if he could supply us something else, and those are some of the options which you see in the background memo before you. So he could offer a Saturday show or a Sunday show. The price will also increase, so keep that in mind, but he could still do a 30-minute show, and roughly the price will be about $44,000, $45,000. Then we checked around to see if there were any other contractors available already on contract that we could possibly piggyback off of, and St. Pete contractor, Pyro Productions, mentioned that he could do a few show dates. Those dates were also on the weekend. We listed here, the date is wrong, sorry. So he could basically, his best option was the Saturday show on the 1st, but he does not do a 30-minute show. He would only do a 25-minute show, and his price was pretty expensive, about $1,200 a minute. And those aren't really the big pyrotechnic type items that we see with pyrotechnic. The last option that we have to present to you or recommend is that we go out to bid. It's very late in the season right now. Normally when we do these bids, we do them a year in advance, so we have everything lined up, the dates are lined up, the contractor can do the show without issue. If we do go out to bid, our minimum time to advertise is 10 days. We then have to select someone, and then depending on price, bring that back to you, because it'll be more than $25,000. So then that would have to then be approved by the board. So we're looking at, if we did that now, it wouldn't be until the end of April before we would know if we were gonna go with a new contractor. On top of that, contractors are very thin in the fireworks world right now. Last time we bid this out, we only had 2 respond back. On top of that, the fire department has to turn in the city permits to conduct a show within the county with a 90-day lead time. The county said possibly that they could, work it in 60 days, but that's a big chance. And so now that's what I'm bringing before you.
Ms. Lewis, you've done an outstanding job, and I know there's a lot of details there, and I know you're pretty close to this, so I'm going to ask the city manager if there's any recommendation that might come from the staff.
Yes, my recommendation, we don't have time to go out to bid again. We're not going to make it. The requirements that the fire chief has to give to the county to approve it, we're not going to be able to do it. So our choices are, I think our choices come down to deciding on a Saturday or Sunday show for 4th of July or not do the fireworks this year. I think that's our only viable choices, and it would be this commission with the commission's choice, but I think we need to pick, and I think we need the good show. I don't think we need if we get people are used to the good show, if we get this 25-minute show with lesser fireworks for more money, we're gonna be ostracized. We might as well have had none. We'll get less trouble and stuff. So of the bigger shows and stuff, I think picking of the Saturday or Sunday if you want fireworks, because there's no way we can bid and get the permit done and go, so.
Do you have the vendor, do you have a preference on the one either through the St. Pete contract or the one that we had?
The one that we have, because the St. Pete one is scaled down, it's
The
not to
2-inch
it's not to the
fireworks,
level of one, so I'd say the 2 days choices from our present vendor, and you know, I could argue either or, Saturday or Sunday, it just would be what the commission is. Either one of them would work with police and everybody, and just decide if, you know, it's just a decision which day to do them on.
Okay. Let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access public comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay, Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have any
Yeah,
thoughts?
you know, I think this is one of those situations where we actually need public comments because we're doing this for the public, not for the board. And it's arbitrary if I pick a Saturday or a Sunday. It's just one person out of 25,000. So is there a reason that we have to do this tonight? Can we leave it for 2 weeks and perhaps?
It won't be for 2 weeks. It'll be for a month.
Pardon me?
We've got it's a ceremonial meeting this time, and again, losing 2 more weeks.
The next commission meeting
Is that
is,
going to impact our ability to?
Yes.
To pick a night?
Yes.
Well, so then we're doing this without public input. I'm really not comfortable with that, so, but that's all I have to say to this.
okay, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, Mayor, I would go with Sunday night. It's closer to the 4th of July. I'm not against Saturday if the board feels Saturday is needed. And if I'm correct, Mrs. Lewis, is it $45,000 versus $30,000?
Yeah, so our last increase last year was for $39,000. We're averaging, he gave us an estimate of about $44,000 for this year's show.
Okay.
I don't have the exact price yet.
And I'm nowhere close to being a firework expert, but I just did a quick Google search, and it looks like the differences between the inches of the fireworks have to do with the height of how high they go. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I was at the fireworks show in Dunedin this past Friday night, and it was a really good show. I don't think they were probably bigger than the 200 feet that it's showing here in the map. But at the end of the day, I'm good with Sunday. I think something to be aware, the board should be aware of. The backup says that the beach will be closed the whole day of the show and the half of the day before the show. So it'd be Saturday and Sunday that the beach would be closed. And I'm fine with what the city manager said, is using the current vendor, knowing who they are, knowing how they do the stuff. And then at that point, the new board could go out to bid for next year and try to find an alternative.
So, okay, we'll do that, and then we'll work to the motion. Commissioner Eisner?
So I'm in agreement with the Vice Mayor. I wish that we had public comment, because again, I really could care less either way we do this. But one of the suggestions in speaking to the city manager was having an option to make a 4th of July barbecue and possibly treat the city to that, rather than try to add money to this and be not happy with it. But again, I'll go with whatever the board decides or wants to decide. I don't really care to make that decision. I wish that the residents, would give at least some opinions of what was going to go on, because again, I don't really care. It's not a thing I go to or care to do. I would like people to be happy with what we do.
Are we doing our hot dogs on the 4th?
Yes, we're still having our 4th of July day picnic. The alternative I was talking about, if we decided, heck with this, we're not high on fireworks, would be that I would ask for a portion of the money to make our picnic bigger and better and more food, and we'd make a little bit more of an extravaganza of the picnic, with there being no fireworks.
Better quality hot dogs.
But I know I remember the fire issue before, when we did away with the fireworks and brought them back. They were so popular, and the people were so happy to bring those back and stuff. I just think the public feeling, if it's the same as the last time, is going to be wanting the fireworks, and it'd be a 55 to 45 on Saturday, whichever day we decide. I think is fine. I think I think, from the past and what they want. They really want the fireworks and stuff. But that is an alternative to really do a heck of a party on 4th of July and stuff. That would be an alternative if you decide not to do them.
I'm turning the clock back 60 years. At the age of 12 or 13, I'd want fireworks instead of a barbecue chicken or whatever. If you don't mind, I'd like to get the two chiefs to weigh in on this.
Yeah,
They're
sure.
the closest
that's
to
why
the
they're here.
residents.
That's why
Chief Young and the two Chief Youngs, I guess.
I think Fire Chief Young would have more issues with it as far as the fire department goes. We'll be able to accommodate whichever night you choose, Saturday or Sunday night.
From a family perspective, Saturday or Sunday?
Again, whichever night you decide on as a body,
Okay. You're not making
we'll be
it
able to
easier.
work with. I think it's got to come down to the Parks Department at the county parks and what they're able to do on that weekend for us.
I think as long as we get the applications in time, it is a time crunch. I think we can get it done for either night. As far as the county, it's just a matter of getting everything in and on time. So we're right at that limit right now. So I think we can do either night. We'll be good with it.
Yeah, I think it's important to have it. I think Sunday night would be typically, the only thing I'm concerned about is waiting for it to be dark, and you've got school the next day. Is that correct? Yeah. Correct. But that's the same on the 4th anyway.
Yeah, it would have been Tuesday night. It would have been
So my feeling is that the Sunday night would be better than Saturday night on this. Sunday night would be better. So, and I think the other option, what was it, Commissioner Carr? The 45,000. Is that what we're talking about? That amount?
Yeah.
The 45,000 rather the improvement. So.
We can do that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other commission comments? Any follow-up comments? Oh, Commissioner Kulianis, come on up. Just not 10 minutes, though.
Now, come on. I'll keep it to 9 minutes. John Kulianis, 1020 Peninsula Avenue, Tarpon Springs. As the vice mayor implored people to come forward, I figured I would. Sorry, I'm out of order. I would be in favor of no fireworks if they're not on the 4th of July. That's the day the fireworks are typically done, and there's other options, even though it's a shame we won't be able to have them, but there's other options in neighboring communities that people can go to if they have to. I don't know if Innisbrook's doing one, but Dunedin Causeway does it. I think I would be more in favor of a big picnic that everyone could enjoy. So,
okay.
You asked for comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we did the, before I ask for a motion, let me explain. It's, if we make a motion and it dies for lack of second, then it dies. If we have a motion and second and it's a 2-2, then it dies. And then we need to actually figure out, if we don't have fireworks display, then we also would have to have a motion this evening, or can that wait till the end of the month for your picnic idea, expanding it to a barbecue?
You could do it. That one's not, I could do that in a week's time.
Okay. So having
I'll
said
make a motion,
that,
Mayor, if I can.
go ahead.
Motion for option B, which is a Saturday night show with the current vendor at the 30-minute display.
Okay, is there a second? Option B for Sunday night, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any second? Okay. I could easily pass the gavel and make a second, but I guarantee you the vote's going to be 2-2. And so it's a waste of time. So is there another motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion for option C, which is a Saturday night show for the new vendor.
Okay. Is there a second to that one? Okay, there's no second, Commissioner Carr.
Mayor, I'll make a motion for option A, which is Saturday night show with the current vendor.
Option A.
Yep, Saturday night instead
Okay.
of with the current vendor.
No? No joy?
Okay.
Okay. Is there another, so it basically dies. Do you want to do the picnic thing tonight, or do you want to let the city manager work up a budget for it and then come back.
I think it's a better idea. I didn't choose, or none of us chose the plate we're handed. So, you know, it's just trying to make the best of it.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why I would like to see it
That's why we're being paid all the big bucks to make these decisions, so.
You know, during
You know,
COVID,
that
we
was
didn't
going on,
have
so.
fireworks for a couple of years, and the kids somehow survived.
Well, I mean, as a 12-year-old, I'm disappointed. So,
Hey, Mayor,
Then you gotta pass
I've got
the
one more
gavel.
comment. So the other option is to try to go out to bid. I know it wasn't the favorable option by staff, but maybe that could just put the feelers out there to see if anything else is out there for 4th of July.
It's not, that's not favorable, it's impractical. We're not gonna be able to get the permit in time, even if the county gives us the 60 days, we're not gonna be able to get the permit. So there's no sense going for a bid for fireworks if we can't get a permit.
Okay.
okay. Why don't we just end it, no motion, so it dies?
Yep.
And then we'll come back and let the city manager work up a budget, and we'll come back at the second meeting of April and get that approved.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. I mean, the city itself didn't have fireworks for a handful of years, and when the fireworks came back, it was greatly appreciated by the residents. 4th of July as a whole is a great time for the residents to come together and celebrate in the community. Although this isn't on the 4th itself, it's still a time for the community to come together. I do think the community is going to be upset not having fireworks this year. With that, I hope we can find a resolution in the future.
Yeah. Okay. It's 7:36, so what we need to do is move on to the resolutions and ordinances. That's our requirement. At 7:30, we break off and do ordinances and resolutions. So item 14, Resolution 2023-13. Mr. Salzman, if you could read the resolution by title, please.
Resolution 2023-13, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 22-85, requesting site plan approval to construct a 2,618 square foot drive-through coffee shop, Black Rifle Coffee, on 0.82 acres, more or less, located at 40390 U.S. Highway 19 North in the HB Highway Business Zoning District, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, so Attorney Salzman, if you could read that procedure to us and then swear in anybody that's here here to speak on that matter.
This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinance, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinance, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Anyone here that's going to speak, if they can stand and be sworn in, please.
Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth, so help you?
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Vincent.
Yes.
Ms. Vincent, I assume that's the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any affected party here for this item? Any person that lives within 500 feet that feels that they're going to be adversely affected? Okay, has any of the commissioners had any ex parte communications with the applicant?
No.
Okay. Ms. Vincent, if you could make your presentation, please.
Thank you. This is application 22-85 for Black Rifle Coffee. This is a request for site plan approval for basically a drive-through coffee shop on US 19. The property is zoned highway business and has a land use of commercial general, so this is a permitted use by right, so we just apply the land development code criteria. Just the high level, it's a drive-through coffee shop, 2,600 square feet with, again, drive-through with stacking lanes. They do have an outdoor seating area, 39 parking spots, and associated landscaping and pedestrian connections. The location is 40390 US Highway 19 North. Just a little aerial photograph orienting you. This is the site here. The site is vacant. It's about 0.8 acres. This is Tarpon Shores Inn, Tarpon Shores Mobile Home Park. This is BBT Auto. So this is just about halfway between Martin Luther King and the Mears Mango corridor on the west side of US 19. So overview of the site plan. This is a right-in, right-out only on US 19. So this is the drive aisles in, the associated parking. The drive-through itself loops around the back of the property. The order board is here. It is oriented mostly toward the south. They took that into consideration because you do get a little bit of noise with the order boards. And this is your pickup. Some other notable characteristics. The blue line here represents an existing 6-foot solid vinyl fence that will remain, and there's a condition associated with that in the conditions of approval. You also have a sidewalk connection. There's a sidewalk inside of the Tarpon Shores Mobile Home Park here. So the applicant agreed, we asked, and they've provided a sidewalk connection into the property if they choose to take advantage of it and make the connection through the fence. They also have a sidewalk connection to the Tarpon Shores Inn to the south, as well as out to the existing sidewalk system on US 19. The landscape plan actually, just in numbers, it exceeds the actual requirements of the land development code for trees being planted. They were required to have 18. They actually have 36 trees, and most of the trees are actually upsized above our minimum requirements in the land development code. They are required to have the screening buffer here along this west buffer line. We have a condition of approval regarding maintaining the fence, and if it gets damaged, they must replace it. I do have some suggested additions to this condition to strengthen this a little bit, to make sure that we do get a good buffer along here between the mobile homes and the project. These are just the building elevations. Please note that the signage that is shown here is not approved. That it comes with a separate sign package and has to meet the requirements of the land development code and our sign code. There is one item of note regarding concurrency, and that is with transportation. Since this project does generate more than 50 new peak hour trips, they were required to do a transportation impact study as well as a transportation management plan. The purpose of the management plan is to manage the impacts of the development since it does exceed those peak hour trips. Both the impact study and the management plan were included in the agenda backup. At a high level, the actions that they're taking to mitigate impacts are a single point of access that would be right in, right out. They do have a large entry radii into the project site to make access in smoother. They are providing the pedestrian connections, and we are recommending that they do add bicycle parking on site. Yes, people do ride their bicycles on the sidewalks on US 19, so we are recommending that. The other thing that is a consideration is the fact that under the site plan allowances, they could have up to a 0.40 floor area ratio. This project is actually developing at about 80% reduction of that at a 0.07. So the impacts of the project, just in terms of intensity and what they're developing, is less than what would be allowed by the land development code. With respect to the review criteria, as conditioned, this does meet the comprehensive plan and the land development code. I've already noted about the transportation management plan and is expected to be able to meet all building code requirements. All right, so I'm going to go through these a little slower. So the staff recommendation is to approve Resolution 2023-13, and it has 7 conditions of approval. So I'll just go ahead and read those. And as I go through, I do have recommended changes to condition number 2 and condition number 5, just to tighten things up prior to site construction permitting. So to condition number 1, construction plans shall be consistent with the approved site plan. That is a standard code requirement. Condition number 2, details for site lighting, including product cut sheets showing shielded fixtures, shall be provided with the building permit application showing compliance with section 12706. This I want to include, where it says details for site lighting, I want that to also read details for for sign poles and site lighting. So I want to add sign poles just to make it crystal clear. That would come through with additional sign permitting, but I want that added. Condition number 3 is requirement to participate in the public art program. Condition 4 is a requirement for a maintenance a plan for the stormwater, the underground stormwater retention system. Number 5 reads now as the existing fence along the west property line shall remain to provide additional buffer between the subject property and the Tarpon Shores Mobile Home Park. In the event the fence is damaged, it shall be replaced with a 6-foot tall opaque fence. I want to add here at the end of this, of the same similar material and style, just to make it crystal clear. I would also, under condition 5, just like to add an additional sentence, and then we will work with the developer on this when we go through the site construction permitting, but additional shrubs shall be planted in the west buffer to achieve a solid visual screen between 4.5 and 6 feet at maturity. That's verbatim out of our code. I wanted in the condition to make sure it doesn't get lost when we go through site construction permitting. Number 6 is the bicycle rack with a minimum of 2 spaces, and then number 7 is simply the plan shall expire within 1 year. So with those couple of tweaks that I added, we do recommend approval of this. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this on March 23rd. There were no public comments, and it was recommended for approval by a vote of 4-1. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners have questions of Ms. Vincent? Commissioner Vice Mayor Lund?
A bicycle rack?
I understand the puzzlement, but people do ride bicycles on the sidewalks on US 19. There's bus stops nearby. People use their bikes to go to bus stops. So yes, we think it is a valid addition to the site plan.
All right, that was my only question.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So Renee, thank you for the backup detail. I brought up one of the emails to you and the city manager was pertaining to another application that came before the board sometime last year, the year before, about a local car wash with some lighting issue. So I don't know, when I was there this weekend, I saw that someone planted a bunch of additional foliage, palm trees that grow to create a buffer, and I'm assuming it's on the wood side, not the business side.
I'm not familiar.
Is my assumption.
Okay.
So I'm just getting to this.
Sure.
The point here is that it looks like that there's not really any right-of-way on the neighborhood side like the woods had to be able to add additional buffering for planning. What you mentioned that the code talks about 4.5 to 6 feet height that would just basically cover the fence. And so there's 2 large oak trees that are currently buffering this property from US 19, the neighborhood. Is there any issues from staff requesting additional plantings in the back to have a buffer? Because currently the plantings that are provided, they're going to be sticks half the year because they're because of the type of trees that they are, and they're not going to create a full buffer. So
I think that's a legitimate, thing to ask, and I would, ask that of the developer as well when they're here. We can certainly, we have the experience now that we've had with Big Dan's, and so we can work with our arborists to recommend some alternative plantings along that 8-foot buffer to make sure that we get a better screen.
Okay.
Even if it means exceeding the minimum requirements of the code.
Okay, I just think it's important I'll save that comment for later. Thank you.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I saw the Planning and Zoning had a 4-1 vote. Was there any findings of fact of why the 1 vote decided not to?
I did not hear any findings of fact.
Okay. kind of important. I'm glad that you brought up the fence to be a matching thing, because that's what I saw it being it wasn't specific. Could you just do a little explanation of difference between the C9, and the HB, C6 and the HB, I'm sorry.
You mean the commercial general?
Commercial,
I'm
G,
sorry, okay.
CG, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so commercial general is the actual comprehensive plan designated future land, that's the future land use map category. So it is essentially retail, commercial. Highway business is the actual zoning district. And again, they're very synonymous. There's really not a whole lot of difference. The highway business is just gonna give you very detailed uses, whereas commercial general is higher level of commercial. So it is compliant with both, and it has to be compliant with both.
Okay, I didn't really see a big difference. That's why I was looking
Right.
from you to see what you could recommend.
They're not changing anything. Both of that's just existing condition.
Other than that, the only thing I would suggest is for us, as Commissioner Carr said earlier, to make sure we don't run into the same issue with Big Dan, because you're going for coffee, it's early in the morning.
Right.
We have a Tarpon Shores right behind us there, and I want to make sure that lights aren't flashing, or there's, I know we can't stop a horn from blowing, but we can at least stop the flashing lights from coming in, because they've got to make that turn.
Absolutely.
So whatever we can do to keep people, their privacy, I would look to do. So
Very well.
that's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Vincent, are the construction plans in yet, or are they still being worked on?
I don't believe they've submitted site construction plans yet.
Okay.
Not formally into like E-plan for approval yet.
Okay. And we don't need those. We just deal with the site as it's presented as far as traffic circulation, just the
Correct.
general setup, okay. And this is an underground vault system for
is.
drainage, which
Sorry.
I think it's, actually, I wish we could do more of those. This is a good location for that, saves a lot of real estate and kind of makes it for a little cleaner design. Were there any comments as far as the seating on the US 19, the exterior seating on the US 19 side?
Comments regarding,
I mean,
No.
it's kind of an odd location. It's
it
really,
is, I think they wanted, that I might just defer that to the applicant.
all righty. That's all I have on that. Okay, as far as comments, the applicant is here. Do you have any questions for Mrs. Vincent for her presentation? Okay, you can come forward and make your presentation if you'd like.
Thank you. Malaya Storm. I'm with Bowman Consulting. We're the engineer for this project, 5404 Cypress Center Boulevard. We did receive your comments earlier regarding this project and did want to address some of those coming into this regarding the photometric plans that will be provided at a later date, the signage plans that will be provided at a later date. Staff has included in their comments the issues with the photometric plans and the signage plans that we provided to them with code compliance. So we're working to address those, and we'll get those submitted in site construction. We are working with TICO for the lighting on this project. All of the lighting on this project is going to stay underneath 6 feet. So that will help with some of the light trespass from the site lighting. And then we'll work with them on the shielding regarding the shrubs, maintenance of the existing fence, and then the additional plantings in the rear. We did see that there was a comment regarding adding some additional variation in the tree plantings on site. We did notice as well there was a lot of crepe myrtles, so we'll work with the city and their arborists to provide different species. We saw that you guys had magnolias, sweet gums, stuff like that, so we can add variation to those plantings on site as well. And then I saw that one of the commissioners also had a comment regarding the maintenance of landscaping on site. I did want to note that your code does allow for, code violations for ill maintenance of landscapings on site and replantings of any species that are diseased. We're happy to add another condition if you guys would see fit to make sure that we maintain those landscaping plantings, but your code does allow for code violations for that type of stuff as well.
Okay, before I go to commission questions, Ms. Vincent, would you like your report read, accepted as evidence into the record?
The report and presentation, yes,
Are
thank you.
there any questions from the commission concerning the applicant? Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thank you for the additional information. So, being the representative of the applicant, is there no issues with working with staff on increasing the buffer along the neighborhood in the back there?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any issues with putting that in as an additional condition?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Carr?
No, not currently.
I was, again, curious for this exterior seating in the front. I mean, US 19, to me, I don't even like looking at it, but when I'm driving down there, of course I have to, but, and I know in the back, I'm not sure what you had back there. I was looking at it. I know it's parking and everything, but what was your rationale for providing seating in the front?
Yeah, that's just their typical prototypical layout to have the seating in the front. Now at a later date, they may choose to not have, so much seating in the front, as they do have seating inside as well. So it's kind of just more of an operational addition.
Okay.
But we have taken that into account in the parking calculations, just in case they choose to add seating out there.
Mayor, can I piggyback off that?
Go ahead.
Is there going to be a fence to block that area in to prevent, like, if there's children out there running into the area? Or
Yeah, there's like the little decorative guardrail.
Okay.
It wouldn't be like a fence, but
Okay,
more of
thank
like
you.
a decorative.
Yeah. That's all I have. Ms. Vincent, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to public comments now. Are there any comments from the public concerning this application? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone attending at this time.
Okay. I'm going to close the public, actually, not yet. Does the applicant have any? Well, there's no comments on there. So, Ms. Vincent, closing summation.
No summation, just a comment on the survivability discussion of the landscaping. Our code basically requires it in perpetuity. If it's on an approved site plan and it dies 10 years from now, we have the ability to go back and enforce it, and have them replant.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to comments now by the commission. Vice Mayor Lund, any comments?
I don't see any issues with this at all, so I'm not for it.
Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, the biggest thing with this, it's pretty, I think, straightforward overall. They're utilizing the piece of property well, is ultimately the shielding of the back area, the back west portion of the property. I've got some suggestions. They could use red cedars as an option and just run it all the way down the back line. They would grow within a year and cover that area up, and there would be no issues. But at the end of the day, it's probably best for them to communicate with staff on what the best option is. And I think it's important to add that as an additional condition, because currently there's 2 large oak trees that are buffering that neighborhood really well. And it's not necessarily just the lights from this piece of property itself. It's also going to be the lights from US 19. On those street lights are coming in as well too to that neighborhood. So I do think it's important to include that as one of the conditions in addition to what city staff has provided.
Okay. Commissioner Eisen.
I don't think you could put a restriction on lights from US 19 on this particular, but I do agree with you as far as the lights coming into the cars coming into your property, but I don't want to put any sort of restriction as far as what they use, as long as it works. So that's the condition I would like to go with.
Okay. I don't have any comments. Ms. Vincent, you made a recommendation to add a sentence, and also I think Commissioner Carr, unless any of you two have anything that you want to add. Commissioner Carr, I know you would like to offer something on the motion as well, so I'm going to ask you to make the motion, and Ms. Vincent had a sentence that she wanted to add to the conditions as well.
Yeah, I've got that. I've got the notes here from Mrs. Vincent. Mayor, I make a motion to approve application 22-85. I'm sorry, resolution 2023-13, application 2285, site plan with the following conditions from staff with 2 adjustments, or 3 adjustments. Number 2 would add sign pole to the condition. Number 5 is same and similar style. Is that right?
Yeah, of similar material and style.
And then adding additional condition that there would be a buffer, an enhanced buffer along the west side of the property. And that would be a discussion amongst staff on what plants could be used for that.
Does that take care of your sentence
It
as
does.
well? Okay, and the conditions. Is that it for everybody? That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. If there are any other comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay. Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you very much.
Next is the appointment, Resolution 2023-16, appointment of the city attorneys. Mr. Salzman, if you could read that by title, please, or however you'd like to do it.
Resolution 2023-16, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, appointing city attorneys with respective areas of responsibility to serve the city, providing for the repeal of a resolution or parts of resolutions inconsistent herewith, and providing for an effective date.
What we did was, a little while ago, we went ahead and appointed our city attorneys, actually under contract, agreed to the contract. So it's Mr. Salzman and then Ms. Regina Kardash. And Mr. Salzman, what I'm going to do is ask you if you could read that portion delineating the responsibilities between yourself and Mrs. Kardash for everybody here.
This is under Section 2, that the city attorneys and their respective firms shall have the following areas of responsibility to the city. Andrew Salzman, Litigation Counsel, City Prosecutor, Human Resources, Police Department, Fire Department, Contracts, City Commission, and Conflict Counsel. Regina Ann Kardash, Esquire, General Counsel, Building Department, Planning Department, Land Use, Ethics, Public Records, Sunshine, Drafting, Contracts, Municipal Cemetery, Sustainability Committee, Budget Advisory Committee, and City Board representation.
Okay. Thank you. Let me go to the public. If there's any comments from the public on this resolution. Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. We do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commission comments. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything?
No, this is pretty straightforward.
Okay, Commissioner Carr.
Hey, for clarity, City Manager, I'm not sure if you're the one to answer this. There's like Johnson & Johnson attorney as well, too, that the city has under contract for human resources, I believe. So is there a need to have both attorneys, or what's the city plan for that if Mr. Salzman is going to be the human resources attorney as well? Is it replacing them then?
Well, we're still keeping it under contract with a labor attorney, but those are some of the smaller issues.
Okay.
Those are some of the smaller issues that we're still retaining under contract the firm that we have for our labor thing. But this will help us with some of the smaller things that are involved and we don't have to involve our labor attorney with.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying.
Commissioner Eisner.
I have no issues with this. Happy with the way we've handled this, and I'm just looking forward to continuing the way we are doing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. The question I had was how do we know who to call? And Ms. Kardash said that she thought that would be taken care of in the resolution, and it does get taken care of. So if we have a question on anything, refer to the resolution, and that'll direct you to where you need to go. If there's no other comments, we have a motion and a second. We need that.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
If there's no other comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, that ends the ordinances and resolutions, and then we're going to get back to the special consent. Does, when it continue on, do you need a break? Does anybody need a break? Do you need a break? Okay. let's take a 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 8:15. We reconvened at 8:16. At the end of the, just before we went into recess, Vice Mayor Lunt asked to bring back as a reconsideration item 9, which is the 4th of July fireworks display. So the way this works is, Vice Mayor Lunt, it would be a recommendation or a motion by you to reconsider agenda item 9, and then we would get a second, and then we would start from scratch, vote, and then start from scratch on that. So if you want to make your motion.
Motion to reconsider special consent agenda item 9.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and do roll call on this, and then we'll have public comments later. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Okay. Yes. Vice Mayor Lunt, go ahead with the discussion.
Okay, so I've been thinking about this since we made a decision not to have fireworks, or actually didn't make a decision at all. And I'm kind of feeling like the guy who took away his kid's birthday party because he couldn't get Chuck E. Cheese on the right day. So anyway, with taking into that sort of a flavor, I'd like to actually have somebody consider it and then maybe move to reconsider option A.
Okay. Hold that thought. Let's go to public comment. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have raised hands at this time.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt, go ahead and if you don't have any other further comments, let me go to Commissioner Carr, and then we can come back to a motion, and then you can make the motion if you'd like. Do you have any other comments right now?
No, I do not.
Okay, Commissioner Carr.
I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. I do think it's important to have a fireworks show. The community has been very vocal about this in the past, and I appreciate you bringing this back up for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
No comment.
Okay. I'm for fireworks, so I'm easy about it. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have a motion that you would like to make?
I'd like to motion to select option A.
And what is that option, if you could read it?
That option is,
That's July 1st.
Option A is a Saturday night with the current vendor.
yes, Saturday, July the 1st, 30-minute display.
Is there a second to that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Is there an amount? That would be for the, option A would be the original vendor that we have right now, and then the amount would be about the 40-something thousand, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no further comments from the commission, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, thank you for bringing that back, Vice Mayor Lunt. Okay, let's go on to item 10. Select Wanamaker Jensen Architects for the new fire station design. City Manager LaCourse.
Yes, come on up.
Good evening, Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director, kind of helping out Bob Robertson with this one this evening. So this next item is to select the architect services for the new Fire Station 70 building. We did a CCNA, or request for qualifications, and selected the most highly ranked, which was Wanamaker Jensen. I'm just going to read through what he has here. The new building will include apparatus bays, office space, meeting rooms, equipment storage, and processing space, as well as sleeping facilities and kitchen facilities. The general layout and functionality of the new facility will be based on the existing and recently constructed Tarpon Springs Fire Station number 71, located on L&R Industrial Boulevard. Now, we already have the land for this property, and if you have any more questions about the actual location or facility itself, I'll turn that over to Chief Young.
Yeah, I'm sorry, John, I forgot to mention, as you know, Bob Robertson is recovering from surgery also, and he's trying to come in and do as much as he can, and he wasn't able to be here tonight, so that's why they're pitching it at the last minute to help with this and some of the other items.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr.
my
Lewis.
prayer covered him too.
Yes.
Okay. Chief Young, Chief Scott Young, do you have anything that you'd like to add to this?
No, we just appreciate your consideration of doing this. It's long overdue, and we hope to be able to put a great product, a great building out there for the citizens and the firefighters.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item? Public comments? Mr. Hoffman?
Just Ed Hoffman Architects, which is now merged with Wanamaker Jensen Architects, because we, instead of, if you can't beat them, you join them, because they're really fabulous architects. But we're really delighted to have this project here in Tarpon, so I think you'll be happy with that.
Mr. Hoffman, were they affiliated with Guy Jensen?
No.
Or is it a different Jensen?
Totally different.
Different Jensen, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other public comments? Remote access comments. Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, Commissioner comments. Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yeah, I only have one sort of question that's kind of been nagging at me since this whole design process came up. If we're going to somewhat almost duplicate the fire station that we just built on the North Anclote, why is it still costing us $600,000 for an architect?
Probably Janina
That
can
would be
explain.
Janina or the architectural firm.
I mean, I understand this probably has no bearing because it's on a bid process, but I just was curious as to.
It's probably more of a Mr. Hoffman question. Basically, with the architect services, it's not just design, but there's also a little bit of the geotech, the other items that have to be surveyed along with the services.
Okay.
Yeah, I pressed that same question with Mr. Robertson earlier this year in detail, so questioning the same thing. One of the questions or one of the comments I'd like to make is just making sure that we're respectful with the neighborhood and the business that's next to the property. The new fire station is going to back up to, I believe, West Winds. I can't remember the sub-West Winds, and just make sure there's some type of buffer, if it's mechanical of a fence somehow or soundproofing of some type of unique fence or plantings or whatever it is. I just hope that's going to be in consideration and part of the plan too. That the city could make some encouragements in that.
I believe it's considered. I believe there's already a buffer there with trees, and I'm not sure how far the new station built out will access that, but I believe there's still a buffer there.
Sure.
We'll make sure something's there.
Thanks, Chief. And I've got one other question. City Manager, it came under bid by like $450,000 or so from the estimate, and this is ARPA money. So is that going to go back into?
That got put back into your ARPA money when you see the next form come through from Mr.
Those water pipes in, right? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Eisen.
So I also had the same question. What was the fee that we were charged for Firehouse 71 on the architectural?
I don't recall that number. I was the previous fire chief that handled all that back then, so I'm not really sure what that number was.
Okay, so there was just no idea, darn. Okay.
I can try to dig it out and get that answer for you. I really don't remember what it was. I'm sure we have that somewhere.
I'm just trying to, I know this was like a negotiated bid, but again, as Vice Mayor said, a lot of this is duplicate. I know there's permits, there's still work that has to be done, there's drawings, there's acceptance, I know all that stuff. I read through all of this. It's just, I would like to know that it was equivalent to what we had, not more than. There had to be some savings.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I'll try to find that for you and get that to you.
Okay.
I have another comment. So within the body here, it specifies that that LEED or similar energy efficient design concepts will be integrated into the design, but they don't require certification? Is there, and I'm trying to speak for our resilience people, is there a reason we're not going to get LEED certified on this building?
To be LEED certified would cost you more. In this situation, we're requesting that it be similar to a LEED certified constructed building, but we're not asking that it has to be LEED certified.
So how much more would it cost to have it LEED certified? Do you have a
I don't have a
approximation?
ballpark figure, but I do know you have to have certified, everyone on the project has to be LEED certified, including the city representatives. And I don't believe at this time we have one.
I'm kind of wishing we did, but.
When you see the prices, as the prices go now, if you remember everything else we got, I got a couple more I'm bringing back to you, which is probably going to use some of that ARPA money. You know, I'm still concerned about what the price is going to come back at First Station anyway, so you might not be that way when we find out what the price is going to be.
Okay. Basically, I can tell you from experience, and Mr. Harmon's here too, and he'd probably tell you the same thing, even though it's pitched to something duplicate or close to it, it never is. There's always changes that occur. There's lessons that you learn from the old design that you want to incorporate in the new design. And really, the black line drawings and things to make it look the same are just really cheap and elementary. It's the detail that always takes the most time, and everything that gets in there as well, and any unique aspects, grade, any unique aspects concerning the site as well. The one question I had, and Chief Young, you and I spoke about it, was that as far as the design is complete, then there's some expectation of the fire station being built.
Correct.
And we talked about we really don't have that on the horizon at this point, but it's got to be within a certain window, and I think we talked about that. So if we could just elaborate on that a little bit as far as what the expectation of that would be.
I think when we sat with the firms and talked to them, and Mr. Hoffman probably can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe from the time it's approved through design to the time that the station could be built is right around 2 years, roughly, give or take. In that time, depending, again, we're depending on the availability of product and lead time on some things of different AC systems or whatever out there. So those all play into timelines too. So I think it was right around 2 years once everything's approved. So.
Yeah. And the funding, we've got that identified.
That's in line with Mr. Herring's budget. When we showed you with ARPA, we showed how that was
Okay.
so within that timeline, it is budgeted out. We are budgeted for the project.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're approving the design, but that commits to building it too. So anyway, this isn't just a desktop drill. That's all I have. We had the public comments. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further commission comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Item 11, approve public art committee sculpture location at Sponge Docks. City Manager LaCourse.
Yes, if you remember the last meeting, you asked us to go back and look at some possibilities for some different locations. Ms. Woods is here, Ms. Jennings, and I believe the artist is here, so if you want to come forward and let them know what the examination you made at the request of the commission and looking at the possibility of other sites and the feasibility of them.
Good evening, Diane Wood, Cultural and Civic Services Director and Liaison for the Public Art Committee. And I have Chair Jennings here and the artist for the Black Heritage Project, Mr. Stephen Oliver. In the backup, Mr. Oliver was kind enough to provide some very nice renderings of the site. Ms. Jennings and I went down to the Sponge Docks and went up and down and tried to examine, where this project could also be located, and we've come to the conclusion, I believe, that the marina site is the very best possibility for this project. you'll see in the renderings that it would not really fit with the size of it in front of the visitor center, which was, suggested as one of the options. It is just, too large for that and would really, I think, take away from the visitor center. The marina site, if you look at the first page of the backup, you see that it doesn't take, it's a smaller footprint, for that area, but it is going to be quite striking in that spot. And then Mr. Oliver also did a rendering of in front of the visitor center where we can put a wayfinding sign that would also, bring people to that site as well. And there's a couple of different elevations there for you to see. Joan, would you like to add anything?
Well, I think Diane covered just about everything, but I must say, Steve did a great job with the illustrations. Mark and I also did, quite a few walk-arounds of the site, and it works.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's go to, is that all?
Yeah, and again, I'll remind, and Joan will attest to it, I didn't particularly like the site either to start with, but we went down and looked and we walked and stuff. I couldn't give her a better solution or a better place for it, so I had to agree with her that that was the site. And as you see these renderings and you see what's been done with the introductory feature in front that accentuates in the back, I think that is a great job and a great depiction of what it's going to look like. And I think they did a great job in, changing my mind. So it changed my mind, and I think that's going to be the best place. Looking at it and then looking at it a second time, the alternative just wasn't going to work like this one.
And the wayfinding element that Stephen suggested would probably have some kind of LED or uplighting. So that would really, dusk of the evening would really point people back to the sculpture.
Tonight is for both locations,
No,
just for the
approved.
one. The other
Yeah.
one was already approved, okay.
Yeah, the
And-
Union Academy location was
Okay.
approved at the last commission meeting.
Mr. Oliver, I know you're here. I see you. You don't need to get up and make a comment, but if the commission has any questions, I'm sure you'll be happy to answer those for us. Let me go to the public. Is there any public comments concerning this artwork at the Sponge Docks? Okay. Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. Commissioner comments, Vice Mayor Lunt.
You're going to hate me for this, but I'm still not comfortable with this placement. To me, it kind of strikes me as a solution looking for a problem sort of thing, or it doesn't seem to me to fit. For starters, it's at the back of the marina, and we have to direct people back there. There's a fence on this property that's closed in order to protect the marina. That's also makes people feel not comfortable walking in there, along with all the marina, only parking signs and so forth. I just don't think it's conducive to having the public access it there, period. If it doesn't fit in front because of, whatever track mechanisms or sides and the ramps and so forth, that's fine. I think we need to continue to look for another place for it then. I'm actually surprised we didn't pick a place before we decided on this project in the first place.
The original site that was selected was the sort of median between the parking lot for the information center and the sidewalk.
Which would require removal of those trees and stuff like that.
Not really, but in conversation with City Manager LaCouris and Mayor Vaticiotis, we decided that would be highly impractical because there's a trolley stop there. And if people were looking at the sculpture, you'd have a bottleneck. That really didn't work.
Well, that's one side. I'm not quite sure how much backup we're going to get with the Jolly Trolley. Did we look at the end of Athens Street towards the side of the plaza that we own on Dodecanese? There seems to be a pretty wide area there on the I guess the east side of that plaza where it could adequately fit and be out in front of the public, because people do group there anyway. It just seems to me that, anyway, from my personal perspective, I don't think this is going to work. I think it's going to be there, and people are going to be hesitant to go look at it. I think the marina people are going to be ticked off. I've looked at the area. I think it's it with trees on both sides. That's what, according to the sketch. However, if you put something there, that last parking spot is hard enough to get into anyway. It just doesn't seem to me to be practical. The idea that there's a fence in the front just doesn't seem to be inviting to me. I just think we're sticking this in a place where we're going to regret sticking it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but that's my feelings.
No, those are good comments. Commissioner Carr.
Yep. Thanks. Thanks for the backup. I didn't realize that the issue under the trees was because of the Jolly Trolley. I would support it under the trees as an alternative from the board. I'm fine with it being at the back of Marina. I don't think it's going to be appreciated as much back there. I'm fine with it being back there, but at the same time, I can understand what Vice Mayor is bringing up. I do think it would serve better under the trees. And if the issue is for the Jolly Trolley, I think we can move the Jolly Trolley, or request that the Jolly Trolley stop be moved 20 feet down the road a little bit further, something along those lines. So that's where I would lean to be under the trees in that area.
Well, it's still going to impact the parking for the visitor center and the sidewalk, even with the Jolly Trolley stop moved.
Again, I don't have all the details, so can you touch base a little bit further for me on that one?
Well, okay.
Come closer to the mic, yeah.
All right. When it was first proposed, we thought that area would work. And we went down with Mr. Oliver and a bunch of people from Public Works, and they were actually planning it out and measuring it. And then the thing is, if somebody is standing looking at it, they're going to be in the parking spaces for the Visitor Information Center or in the sidewalk.
Yeah, okay.
And it'll block pedestrian access on the sidewalk, and it'll block parking spaces for the visitor center, so
Okay,
it didn't
sure.
work.
From a perspective, I'm fine with the sidewalk. Someone standing in the sidewalk, it's a pretty wide sidewalk in that area. If that's the argument behind that.
What about the parking spaces?
It's still going to be, I think it's going to be appreciated more in that area at the end of the day, more than the back of the marina. Again, I'm not against the back of the marina. I just think it's going to be appreciated more at the front of the marina under the trees. You're going to have more people seeing it, I think.
Right, but that's the problem, because they're going to be impacting the access to the visitor center and the sidewalk.
I don't necessarily think that's the
Okay.
case, but that's fine. Thank
Let
you.
me, anything else? Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Eisner.
I don't know if this is ideal, but listening and seeing where we have to place this, I wouldn't want pedestrians or viewers to be in the parking lot. I know this is off to the side somewhat. I don't see that it's going to affect parking. And yes, I agree with Vice Mayor that it is hard to park there, but it's hard to park there whether you have this art piece or not. That last parking spot, you better hope you have brakes or you're going to be in the water. There's no doubt about it. So I really don't have any problem putting it there. And at least if there is going to be photo ops, they're not standing there as the trolley comes by and hits the people. We've had enough of that in town lately, so I'm okay with where it's going. Like I said, I would like to see it in a better place, but I know you've gone through looking around and there is none, so it is what it is.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver, we need you. I need you anyway, so. How do you feel about all of this?
Let's see. Well, there's a whole host of kind of issues. I first proposed it for that location. I myself had some reservations, but then I got kind of convinced. the current location. Part of it is that it's something to be seen in the round. It's a nice, light, airy spot, and while I had that reservation about the fence a little bit, you know, which sometimes is actually open, and then it's kind of partly which way do you want to go? Do you want to sort of visualize and think about this place as more, because it's quite beautiful down there, and if you put more trees down there, it becomes a place where people probably would want to hang out and take a look at this thing. I know that, I mean, in between the different meetings, we talked about some parking and things like that. I think that, well, actually, when we went first down there, that very end was basically designated by Public Works as really not like a spot, and the trees are already in there too. So I'm comfortable with doing it that way, and I actually made that amendment of the additional piece there in the front to kind of assist that, but then I realized that that also could be something that was, you know, maybe a little broader than that sculpture, because it is like right in front of the visitor center. I mean, it's kind of how do you want to approach this? We have an ability to with staff and people right there, to guide people right there, versus say just seeing it on the website and then trying to find it. And granted, you would find it if you went along somewhere on the avenue eventually, if you could find a place. Or do you, you know, kind of put it independent of that? So it's, there's a few dimensions of it. It's kind of how do we want to like envision this thing? I did a very, very intense, when we were first not sure about it, or for the second time, I did a very intense scouring the whole place myself. I only found one spot possible, because it has to be a public land, and that was actually down across from the sponge exchange. There's like a 6 by 14 feet of concrete, and Athens. I first started looking online, Athens Avenue. I'm glad you mentioned that. I saw that looked like a nice visual, and when I was like, that might be it, because it looks less crowded. When I went down there on foot, I realized, I looked at the drainages, I looked at there's some land that looks like a property that's actually owned, I think, by adjacent business, because they're using it like for outdoor shopping. Then there's turnarounds that are being used for different reasons for trucks on and off on the sidewalk, including servicing those boats. And then there's areas where it's too thin for a vehicle. So I was like, I realized that Athens, as much as it was a nice visual corridor, wouldn't work there. So I did a really pretty intense analysis a couple times down there. So it's kind of how you want to envision this. I think this one would work, you know. I think it's a matter of thinking a little bit differently about that area in terms of it being the access. I mean, we don't want people trying to drive down there and park, because it's like, I guess it's marina parking to see it. But I think we could guide people from the trolley and the visitor center there, and then that could be part of an intro to the rest of the, you know, the rest of the docks. Other than that, you have to kind of put it, I think, the only place I could possibly find was right just down between two lights, between two overhead lights across from the sponge exchange. That was the only other place. It's literally the only footprint.
Okay. So you've said a lot there. From your perspective, it would, in your opinion, I've got some other things to say about it, but it would work here right now, the current location that's being proposed, is that in your mind, compared to everything else that you, is there a preferred other location that in your mind?
I think we kind of have a little more holistic solution from this perspective. That second place I mentioned, I think it's interesting from a perspective of seeing it adjacent to, you've got the major central sculpture of the diver right across the sponge exchange, and then there's one side that really is a little bit too busy. There's literally electrical conduits, outlets, things that wouldn't allow. There's a smaller bike rack on that side, but there's only one spot I see in the waterfront. That's a different approach, where you're kind of putting those things kind of essentially side by side, and they're going to be aesthetically a little bit different. I don't know how people will respond to that down there. I think historically it's great, but I don't know how people respond And the other thing is we have the second sculpture. So if people are at the visitor center, in a way you have and you're introducing this there, you're kind of have also able to guide people also to that other one too. So that's another advantage.
It's like everything else, you
Yeah.
know, go ahead, Mr. Oliver, anything else?
I'm just waiting for you.
Everything else that, with everything, nothing is forever. So what I feel that we need to do is go ahead and select a site this evening. The fence, I've got an issue with the fence as you're describing, but the fences can be altered. It could be carved out. And I thought that we were talking about some other amenities other than just the sculpture. There was going to be some other things that were going to be placed around it to accent it in some way or another. Is that still planned?
Well, there'll be the wayfinder piece at where that acrylic dolphin is sitting now. And Mark and I discussed some amenities going in the future, but right now we just want to get the sculpture itself located and positioned.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be us in the city adding some other amenities.
Well,
to it.
that and also modifying the fence so that maybe we can cut that
Well,
out.
the fence is open during the day.
That's a gated fence, and it's
No, I
there
know.
for security for the marinas.
No,
people.
but at night it could be, you know, the shape of it could be altered into a portion that's fixed around the sculpture. What I'm getting at is that if for whatever reason this location doesn't work, it can be moved to a different location for whatever reason. And I mean, is that?
And can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Mr.
What
Oliver.
you're getting at, what we're getting at actually is that idea of envisioning, and it relates to also the boat marina. You know, I thought about that when you're looking at, and I would hope that actually they would think, hey, this is kind of cool. Look where we're docked. We have these palm trees and pots. We've got this sculpture. We might have some benches. And actually, I think that making that a little bit nicer, and it might be more during the day. Security maybe, you know, I mean, that you're kind of, I think maybe this is a way to kind of actually upgrade in the long term that part of waterfront, kind of beautify the area.
I think this is just to get us started, and I don't want to get hung up that this is forever. That's how I feel about it this evening. And I think Mr. Oliver has taken a lot of time looking around. I'm not so sure about the area down there where the other sculpture is going to work. I think we're doing fine with what's going on right now. And I don't really want to just change boats in the middle of the stream, if you will, at this point. So I'm not sure how the commissioners feel about it, whether they want to insist on something near the trolley or go ahead with the recommended location.
Mayor, again, you know, realizing that it could be a 2-2 vote and what may happen there. The other alternatives, I know we don't want to wait till April 24th or anything, but, you know, I still think it's not out of the realm that spot under the trees would work. Now, would it work and look as good? And we don't have a rendering.
That's fine.
We don't have a rendering of that spot under the trees for you to look at, and maybe when you see the rendering, you'll either know, yeah, that's fine and looks there, or maybe you'll go back. So I know we don't want to wait to that, but it's so split.
You want to defer it?
It is so split. I think we need to get you the renderings of that
right.
location under the trees where we originally thought to put it, and I was originally happy with putting it there. I think we need to show you that. And then maybe you will see what they're mentioning about it not working, or you may say you think it works better than putting it back there, and then make a decision, because I think this is a very important decision to make. And again, we don't have that spot to show you, which was the original site.
Okay.
So I think we should bring that back with the renderings to give you a good chance for choice. We know the commissioner who's not here did not like that site in the back of the marina. You know, we know he wanted to look at an alternate one. So I think, since that site's been mentioned, the original site's been mentioned, we probably owe you a rendition of what it'll look like, and so you can see the pluses or minuses with it, and bring that back to you so you can make a final decision instead of a split feeling of what we have tonight. Because I'd like, it'd be nice if we could all go
That
forward
would be
with it.
April 25th.
Yeah, 25th, 24th.
Okay. If I may have a motion to defer this
25th.
item to April 25th.
Motion to defer this item till April 25th.
Defer it to April 20th. Is there a second?
Second.
If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, thank you for your time. I think it's best to get it right as close as we can the first time, so. Okay. All right, item 12, discussion and direction on the acquisition of the Cape Cod tree statues. This is something that a gentleman called me out of the blue. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. A gentleman called me out of the blue, and he had two. I think he had purchased 6 or 12 of these. I think 6, and he had 2 left, and he wanted to give them to the city. They're 21 feet tall. They're concrete. They were supporting a portico at the old Cape Cod tree in Clearwater, and he just felt that Tarpon Springs, because of, in his mind, the Greek aspect, the Greek influence, that these would be something that the city would want. I think initially we looked at, I think we're talking about $7,000 or $8,000 as far as the initial kind of look as far as transporting these things and getting them down here and getting them set up. And I know there was, it was taken to the Public Art Committee, but then that was not deemed to be original art. And so basically there was not going to be any public art funds that would be used for this thing. So it came back, and City Manager LaCourse, I think it was Mr. Funchen, had him go out and create an estimate based on the location of where these are right now, and then going through the whole gamut of transporting them here, picking them up, putting them on the flatbed, transporting them here, setting them back up, and having a concrete slab installed. And so that's one end of the spectrum. To the other is $48,000. There's a couple of other things that you could do as far as loading them up, bring them here and offloading them, just setting them somewhere and just storing them. That's going to be about, I think it's still $18,000 to do that.
15 to 18, yeah.
And so there's a couple of variations on this. I guess the question is this something that we really need right now, I guess? It's historical, but it's costing money, and in my mind, if it was $7,000 or $8,000, that's one thing. But you know, anywhere from $18,000 to $48,000 is a little too much, and we can use that money for some other things that we need badly. So let me go to public comment. Are there any public comments on this?
Where are you going to put them? Display them?
The option that we had to put them was at the end of Safford, where the olive tree circle is, entering the sponge docks from Live Oak, in that big circular round ground where the olive trees are surrounding. That's probably one of the only places, big as these things are, to actually get the look of them. That would be one of the places that would be one of the few places that we could put them, and it'd kind of be an entranceway into the docks. And
She needs to announce her name and address on the
Yes,
record.
Anita Protus, thank you, Mr. Eisner, for telling me. 901 Bay Shore Drive. You hear it all the time with all the meetings.
And I apologize, some of those things, somehow some things got left out of the backup, and that picture where they're supposed to go or supposed to be there, and somehow they did not get into the backup.
How many statues are there?
2.
There are 2, and they're 21 feet tall.
I was just wondering where we were going to display them. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Dr. Bukavalis, I see you back there somewhere. There you are.
Sorry, I got carried away about the other project. Tina Bukavalis, 115 Athens Street. So the 21-foot reproductions of caryatids, and for those unfamiliar, a caryatid is a sculpted female figure serving as an architectural support that takes the place of a column or pillar. And of course, that's what the function of these was. But that's not what we're looking at having them do. But anyway, unfortunately, these are questionable reproductions. We don't know how good the reproductions are. They're pieces of concrete that were industrially produced. They're not original art, and they also have nothing to do with local culture. But they are a truly brilliant example of Greek-American schlock at its finest. Think of my big fat Greek wedding and the outside party scene. These would have been perfect. And paying almost $50,000 to bring them here, to put on the side of the road. Well, not only culturally inappropriate, but an enormous waste of money that I think could be better used other places. But I would also like to talk seriously for a minute about why these are not appropriate, because I think it's something that this commission and other people may help them make wise decisions in the future. In terms of historic preservation, it is considered best practice to highlight a community's authentic culture. To the best of my knowledge, no ancient Greeks ever lived here. And people here have never built in Greek architectural traditions, whether ancient or modern, except for those little ovens in the back of some people's yards, which are traditional ovens. Even St. Nicholas isn't really thoroughly Greek style. It has a lot of American additions to it. What people did instead was adopt Florida vernacular architectural styles and then add little decorative elements here and there, like columns on cracker houses. That's our architectural tradition. You also may not be aware that Greek identification with their ancient culture collapsed with the advent of the Christian Byzantine Empire. Greeks even call themselves Romi or Romans. It wasn't until the 19th century when they wanted to get the Western powers on their side to fight with them in the war against the Ottoman domination that they started identifying themselves more with their ancient Greek culture, because the educational tradition in Western Europe had a lot of things about ancient Greece. That's when they started calling themselves Hellenes instead of Romans. It worked. They got their freedom, along with a century of German kings. But most Greeks still continue to identify more with Christian and Byzantine-influenced culture than the ancient culture. And now they identify with regional culture, and that's what we have here for the most part. And just so I know most people probably think of me as that person that put on Night in the Islands. Why would you want to listen to my opinion about this? Well, I'm on the Pinellas County Historic Preservation Commission and Historical Commission. I worked in the State Bureau of Historic Preservation for 13 years as the director of the Florida Folklife Program. I co-authored probably the most comprehensive book on Florida traditional art that is around. I've successfully nominated 4 properties to the National Register of Historic Places. I've been invited by the Greek Ministry of Culture to talk about traditional culture at the National Historical Museum, and so on. In other words, these are not appropriate for our community, and hopefully you will put the $50,000 to better use. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Thank you. Lucianne Robinson, 948 Bayshore Drive. Being offered a gift is often a very conflicted and complicated situation. I lived this for the first 15 years of my professional life as a museum director. We were always being offered items that people felt very dear to a beloved institution. The most valuable lesson I learned during those years was to look at a gift and say, why? Why does this belong in the museum, in the city, etc.? But I think this offer provides the city a great opportunity to think about this particular property at the north end of the trail. I have welcomed the work of this board for many reasons, but perhaps the most important is that despite all your various positions and perspectives on things, I see a shared commitment to planning. The comprehensive plan, the strategic plan, on and on. I would encourage you to apply that same standard of planning to this significant piece of property. Please develop a vision using the key words that are already in city documents on this property: green space, conservation land, gateway. Until there is some kind of overall big picture approach, there will always be proposals nibbling away at this real estate. Pickleball court here, caryatids there, maybe some parking thrown in someday. It will go on and on. The spot you're looking at is prominent and a perfect welcome to the city, a gateway, which will become even more important as there is development on 19 that encourages use of Oakwood as access to the city. Right now, that parcel is not welcoming. It's open, hot, and dry with no place to linger. The caryatids won't improve that situation. $48,000 is a good start toward developing an area that's a truly welcoming gateway. Use that money to hire a design and division team of experts who can truly make our gateway remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to commission comments. Vice Mayor Lund. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have one email if you'd like me to read it.
Oh,
now.
you hit, that's, okay, thank you.
This is from George Kaskudis. I read the proposal with regards to the Cape Pot tree reproduction statues of the maidens of the Erechtheion located Acropolis in Athens, Greece. They accurately represent the time period of ancient Athens approximately 2,500 years ago. However, I fail to see where they fit the history of Tarpon Springs. We already have items art located at the sponge docks that have zero association with our history. Let's stick to our history and not another subject or error. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion and for your hard work and dedication to our beautiful city, George Kaskudis.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Vice Mayor Lund.
I tend to agree with the public sentiment we've heard so far. I don't see how these statues, and I actually got to see them at the Kapok tree before they were dismantled. I've been around here that long anyway. I didn't really care for them then. I don't see them being of any relation to Tarpon Springs at all. As a matter of fact, when I first saw them, the first sort of thing that came to my mind for their use would be artificial reef. It's just that far out. So,
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I appreciate the offer from the individual who made it to the city. Right now, I don't see spending $50,000 on these two items. I think they're unique. I think they're pretty cool looking themselves, but there's no need right now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
I have to agree with my fellow commissioners. Like you said earlier, Mayor, if it was a $7,000 or $8,000 deal, you know, it's nice to get gifts. And I agree with what Lucianne had said about having some significance to having it and setting a vision. The issue I have is we have cost overruns in every section of our budget, and to take $50,000 and I think is careless fiscal responsibility. So I'm not for it.
That's fine. Yeah, I think everybody, I think the commission understands when we have an offer of a gift, I don't have the authority to say no or yes, and it has to come to the commission. So that's pretty much what we're doing this evening. We do collect things, though, as long as they're free, and we do store them. So this is not one of them. And as I stated, I think the money could be better spent somewhere else. So there's two ways to go. We can't say move to deny. So it's either move to approve or move to accept a gift and then vote it down, or ask for a motion and there is no motion and then it dies for the second. That would be the same effect. So let me ask if there's a motion to accept the sculptures.
Motion to accept.
You want a motion to accept? Okay. Is there a second? Okay, there's no second, so it dies. That's the end of the issue. Thank you, Vice Mayor Lunt. You got me worried there a second. All right. Thank you, everybody, for getting up and speaking on behalf of this item. Okay, the last item on the special consent is authorized negotiation of sales agreement on Roosevelt Boulevard property. City Manager LaCourse. Actually, it's not the last, next to last. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, if you remember our meeting January 4th, you asked me to get an appraisal because we had an offer from the Menas on the purchase of the property, which everybody knows is the former site for the hotel property. And his original offer to us was $1.8 million. We got that appraisal, and lo and behold, the appraisal came back to us, and it was $1.8 million. So the next step is, if you want to move further, the next step would be to authorize the city attorney and myself to enter in and come up with a sales contract for this property. Again, in past dealings with the Mena family, it's not such a sure thing. Things may change, so don't be thinking this may come back fast with the offer. There may be some change in this, but at least we need to go to the next step to negotiate a purchase agreement. That purchase agreement would come back to the board, so you would have a last chance to approve or not approve. And then the most important thing is you're not the final decision. It's going to have to go to a referendum probably in November, and it is the people who will make the decision on if we buy this property or not. But again, what I'm asking you tonight, the next step and what we've requested is, do you want us to move forward and negotiate a sales contract to bring back to you for final approval, and then the setting for the referendum if approved?
Okay, let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item?
John Koulianis, 1020 Peninsula Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I mean, Lucianne was right when she talked about the comprehensive plan needs to guide all these decisions. You know, I think all these property ideas that have been bantered around the last year need to tie back to this strategic plan. And I think that the citizens need to understand that we need to connect these dots. I mean, we've talked about the city buying the Latour building and building a parking garage. We've talked about buying property on the other side of the Anclote River to house homeless people. We've talked about Kokoris Park. We just approved the Florida Avenue property. We've got the Cops and Kids program. We've got to build this sports complex, which I believe is critically important. And then we have that big elephant sitting out there, Anclote Harbor, and what happens with that project, and if at some point that comes to the city buying and creating a park. So again, all these, again, to me, sitting here, not sitting there, like I will be 2 weeks from now, sitting here, it appears these are all random things, random decisions, and they may not be, but I don't see us connecting dots. The other thing is that we never discuss the other costs, the intangible costs that I don't think are ever discussed, and those are taking properties off the tax rolls, and You know, it's in my world out there, I do business valuations, and we value things based on flows of cash, right? On cash flow. So something creates a cash flow, like in our case, tax revenue. We're getting this constant cash flow coming into us. And that has a value. Now, in this world, in that world, you would pay for that cash flow. But in this world, we pay and then we give up the cash flow. So we're paying twice. We're paying once, we pay to buy the property, and then we pay also because we're not getting the cash flow. And so I'm not opining on this property, but again, I want to see that this all has some relevance to a plan. And I also want to see us to really understand the costs of everything we do so that we can make decisions in regards to our comprehensive plan. We talked about this for a whole year, and I don't hear that word. Now, I heard it from Lucianne, but I don't hear it here. I just hear, hey, let's go buy something. Well, this came up, we'll buy it. And again, I don't even know the reason we're buying it. Maybe it's a good reason. Maybe if it's just because somebody wanted to put a hotel, we didn't like the hotel, let's buy it so nobody can put a hotel. I don't know. And I'm not, and again, I'm not disparaging any of your intent. I just think we need to be clear on what our plan is. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand. I'll allow the first person in. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Mr. Koulianis makes a number of good points about having a plan for what to do with the property, but as he's well aware, sometimes things pop up into your lap and you only have one opportunity to react. And that's why maybe there is a hodgepodge of some of these properties popping up at various times. As Mr. Koulianis is well aware, one of the things, if we purchase the property and if nothing can be done in the future, it could be resold again and quite possibly at a higher price, but that wouldn't be the intent of this. What I do want to point out is in the last few elections that you've come to the city to purchase property, they have willingly agreed because you've come forward with those types of properties that made sense. So in regards to Mr. Koulianis' comments, if you are to move forward on this, you do need to, in a sense, define what you believe the purpose of the purchase is for. But in this last election, I think paper said 81%. With the Hoffman property, you got over 75%. And just to clarify what Mr. Koulianis mentioned about the elephant in the room with regards to the Anclote Harbor potential property being available as a park, again, I will reiterate, we would go for a Florida Communities Trust grant, which only obligates the city and its partners, i.e. the county or whoever else we get to join us, for 25% of the purchase price. That's what happened with Gladys Douglas. They had to raise more, but they got basically the 75% covered from the other. So look at this wisely as an opportunity to preserve this. And as I've mentioned once before, this could be a perfect amphitheater gathering place where you can have events. And that would, to me, would be the purpose. It's a community site where you can create community events. You can have some of your market stuff out there where people complain about closing off the docks. Well, you can move stuff over there. But to me, the best way to use that property would be as a musical amphitheater, community event space, and I think the public would overwhelmingly vote to justify that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jumper, are there any other people waiting to make comment?
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Okay, let me go to, I've got some things to say, but let me go to the commission. Vice Mayor Lunt.
So, I truly respect Commissioner-elect Kulianis' approach to this, because one of the things we're always concerned with is, are we taking things off the tax roll? Are we taking too big of a bite of the apple? That sort of thing. However, we don't have a lot of room in this particular little town of ours. We don't have a lot of opportunity to be selective in our public gathering spaces because of this lack of room. I think the opportunity in this case precedes the use. I think the developer that bought this property, or Santorini that's responsible for this property right now, came up with a few off-the-cuff type of things, and some of them may be good and some of them may be bad. However, it's evident to me and to several people I've talked to about this that we do need some place more than what's available at the docks right now for a gathering place, for a place for tourists to go, et cetera. It doesn't necessarily have to be a hotel, but I tend to agree with Mr. Delacus that there's something missing in this particular environment that could bring the community even more closer together than it already is. So in this particular case, I'm at least in favor of investigating it to see if we can get at a reasonable price, and then we're going to leave it up to the residents to see if that's something they agree with.
Thanks, Mayor. This is similar to what happened with the Hoffman property, and we're going to be discussing that a little bit tonight too, as well too. We're presented with purchasing a piece of property, but we have no idea what the city wants to do with it. We're still many years into acquiring the Hoffman property now on the top of the bayou, but there's still no plan on what's happening with that piece of property. Do I think it's a good idea to acquire it? 100%. I think it's a great piece of property. Do I think this is a unique opportunity to purchase some property at the end of the sponge docks? Yes, I do. But the one issue that I have, and it still reigns here, is that there's no plan or ideas presented by staff or the city manager to say what this property can be used for. So with that, I can't support moving forward without giving any additional information. If the board does move forward with approving this, I would hope that the board will at least have some ideas in the future. If they present it to the residents to purchase with some game plan of what the property can be used for, with a couple different ideas as well too. I think that's going to be the best case situation to get a favorable vote. But tonight, since it's not here, I'm not going to support it tonight. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. As I've been listening, Vice Mayor was spot on in his presentation. I agree exactly with what he said. I want to thank Commissioner-elect Kulianis for his presentation, but we did recently in the past pay $50,000 to have an independent group come in and look at the sponge docks and see how we can improve it and to change things possibly. And this is an opportunity, and when opportunity knocks, you kind of have to jump on it. If it's something that we can't use down the road, I also don't like to just buy things and not have a plan. But it's also bad if we come up with a plan and we don't have a way to utilize it because the land has become scarce. So I feel it's best to negotiate, not agree with that price, but negotiate a deal that's palatable. And if we then don't need it, we can sell it. But at least we give an option. I know parking's an issue there. I know that group parties and events can be held there. There's a lot of avenues to use this, so I'm for going ahead with this. It will be the decision of the residents either which way, so it's not our decision, it's just our decision to move ahead with it. And I think it's so far out because it's in the next referendum, is from what I understand, if we do approve it tonight. But you know, we keep saying that we're at the 95%, we're at the 97%. We don't have selective, you know, we can't just select what we need. We have to take right now
I think what's available, as long as it's a decent price. I mean, I'm very concerned that we bought the Hoffman property, and as I read what'll be coming up in the next little short period of time, there's no real definitive reasoning of what we want. It's all over the place. So there's no, and I don't want that with this as well. But I'm for buying this, and I will be approving this, but at a negotiated price, not what they want to, you know, sell it to us for. So that's my take.
Yeah. First of all, you know, this is an opportunity that threw itself on the table. We weren't sure what the reaction would be for an appraisal, so we got the appraisal. The price came back favorable, basically matching what the property owner wanted. And so right now it's just to take it to the next step as far as, and we're not buying anything. We're not recommending to buy anything. That's going to be completely up to the residents. The residents purchased the former Hoffman property. They made that decision. They made a decision based on certain representations of what that property could be used for. They said, that sounds good, we'll buy it.
Right.
Kokoris Park, there's a deficiency of mini parks of probably about 10 acres right now. We've added some, so it's, the dot is connected there. The Ross property, if we don't buy the Ross property, we were going to have drainage problems in that part of town. I mean, we could kind of connect the dots to the comp plan, but I guarantee you drainage is in the comp plan. As far as the sponge docks go, the city does not own any property down there for parking, none. It's all private. Right now, we've got one person looking at due diligence on a hotel at one of those larger ones. So we need to be a little smart, a little bit forthright, a little bit proactive. Dunedin in 2022 spent $4 million on 3/4 of an acre, specifically as a hedge to property not being available for parking in the future. That's it. And now they're planning a parking garage there for that property. Maybe with the downtown, we could have been a little more proactive and pinned down some parking, and we're kind of paying the price for that right now and hearing what the business community is saying. We've got $250 million coming in through the sponge docks. You're not going to have that $250 million unless somebody can park somewhere. The Merchants Association does an excellent job on special events. We're always looking for a home because a lot of times the special events, there's claims that are interfered with the business owners, and we look for some other places. This would be a good spot for that. I've already been approached by one developer wanting to purchase the high portion of that property for the purchase of some residential units. You know, my point is, that isn't going to happen under the current owner because of he wants to sell the entire piece. That was up to auction. It was parsed out separately. It didn't go anywhere. We have the one lot that's across the street that, if you remember, the hotel came along and we were going to actually buy that portion of the hotel property for keeping it as parking next door to the property that's owned by Rusty Belly. So my point is, it's an opportunity. You know, there's uses for it. The dots are there to connect to the comp plan. Parking is you know, kind of an esoteric issue going back to our comp plan as far as the viability of our town commercially. And so I don't have any issue with just moving this to the next step to see if we can get somebody to sign the dotted line on a sales agreement. Then we'll get serious as far as you know, what the actual uses would be for. But I can tell you right now, for me, I've said this, the use is parking. That's what, and then anything else that can come along, we'll take a look at that as we come. Right now, the city does not own any parking down at the sponge docks. It's all on-street parking. Everything else is private. So this is, I think, a wonderful opportunity for that to support the business community down there. That's all I've got to say on that. If there's no other comments, I'd like to have a motion on what your preference would be in a second.
Motion to authorize negotiation of the sales agreement for the Roosevelt Boulevard property.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius? Yes.
Okay, now we have an addendum, consideration of a settlement offer. Mr. Salzman, I'm going to turn this over to you if you're prepared to speak to it.
Mayor, Commissioners, we have presented to you a code fines on six different fines that total a little under $30,000. We have been approached to settle this amount for $5,000. We originally had discussed, from the city's perspective, trying to put this in half, so roughly $15,000. The reason for resolving these code cases is the owner of the property has a separate piece of property that he wants to sell, and these code cases are fines are holding that up. So pursuant to the requirements, we've brought it before you and the board to make that determination. I would note that these six properties, or these six cases, excuse me, are all in compliance. So that's why we're able to bring those forward. There is another case, but that's not in compliance, and that is something that we will deal with separately. So it is up to the board for consideration. As I said, we approached at roughly 50%, and they came back at the $5,000 amount.
Okay, let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jumper, are there any remote access comments on this item?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And I do have a raised hand. I'll allow the first person in. You can state your name and address for the record, please.
Peter Lacus, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's take a look at the backup. You go to page 3, where it shows the violations. In red, it says repeat violator. Repeat violator. This case and all of these cases were from Mr. Gasson. Let's look back to the true history of Mr. Gasson and how he harassed Mr. Patsalides for years. Anytime he bought a piece of property, as soon as it was in his name, he was getting code letters. The people before weren't getting code letters, but as soon as it got his name on it, he was a marked man, and I know that's the case because I live just up the street from the property at 385 Whitcomb. Mr. Patsalides, anytime he's ever been notified to try to resolve something, has tried to work with the city. One of those issues on, alternate 19, was because something about the water pipe, he was getting water, and they harassed him and harassed him. This man has spent so much money trying to resolve issues that have been because of Mr. Gasson's unsatiable appetite to chew at Mr. Patsalides' legs. It's shameful that he even has to come ask for $5,000. I would say $2,500 and let the man, because let him speak about how much he's spent, the agony him and his family have been through because of Mr. Gasson. And Mr. Chief Young over there on the end, he knows what we're talking about. He knows, and if Panayoti was there, you'd be hearing a mouthful. But I'm going to tell you now, you need to give this man some grace and mercy and relief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jump, are there any more remote access comments?
And we do not have any other raised hands.
Okay. Mr. Theophilopoulos, do you want to make a presentation, if you will, on behalf of Mr. Pastelidis? Please come forward.
Good evening, gentlemen. Jerry Theophilopoulos, I'm an attorney, local attorney. The 6 cases that are here before the board today, the first case, which is citation number 17800000569, it's $1,003.98. Basically, it was grass growing into the sidewalk, just so you have some background on that. The second case, which was, and that was a 3-day fine, which was $600, and then with everything else, the prosecution, the interest, administrative fees, it's over $1,000. So we went into compliance. The second case, which is 19800000396, is $3,254.46. It was a tenant of Mr. Patsalidis that cut the yard, but about 5 to 10% was not able to be cut because the mower broke down. It did come into compliance within 3 days, but according to Mr. Patsalidis, the code enforcement officer at the time refused to accept pictures and affidavits showing that it was in compliance. The next number is 198000484. It is $21,404.57. This was an issue where there was a 6-foot wooden fence that the code enforcement officer went behind without permission. There was an identified fallen branch. There was a recycling bin full of metal food cans and PVC pipes. The cans were for recycling. The metal and PVC was to build a pergola. The landscaper went in, removed the branch, the large branch. The tenants then placed the bin and PVC pipes into the garage. Mr. Patsalidis sent the pictures that the landscapers took before and after removal of the branch, and it was stated he was not in compliance and the fines accrued. The fourth case, which is 17-800000740, is for $395.44. Again, a different address. That address, the code enforcement officer drove 100 feet down a private driveway to the back of the house to identify a truck that evidently did not have proper registration. It was a work truck for an individual that was doing work at his daughter's residence that is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Patsalidis, and that was that fine. The fifth fine, which is 19-800000555, is for $2,649.68, and that's the 201 North Pinellas address. Basically, what happened to Mr. Patsalidis is people were dumping illegally furniture, mattresses, and other items in and around the dumpster. Waste Management was notified about it, and they immediately started taking care of the issue. Again, it took some time, and the amount accrued. 18-800000692 is for $494.80. That is 55 West Lemon Street. Mr. Patsalidis appeared at 3 consecutive meetings where there was an issue with the garage that was structurally unsound. He had to hire basically a structural engineer to come in eventually to testify. He had a contractor come first to say that it is structurally sound. Then he ended up having to get a structural engineer to come in and testify that that property, the garage, was of sound stability. So these are the fines. There is an additional fine that's not being dealt with, but we're going to deal with it in the near future. And that, just so you know, has become a whopping $85,600. And it was a garage door permit that Mr. Patsalidis went ahead and got for the property. And it was a repair and maintenance issue, and also something that would beautify the property in the area. Because of the garage door permit being pulled, he was informed it was a developmental type permitting issue, and he was told that that property would now have to go on city water. We will address that because it's on septic currently, and the water is tested monthly for the septic services. What we're asking, I mean, I think you can see kind of the trend here. Mr. Patsalidis took the route where he presented a packet to the Tarpon Springs Police Department. Major Trill went ahead and reviewed it and pretty much chewed it up piece by piece. I had the opportunity, and I know he provided the board a large packet, I believe, via email. I had the opportunity to review video footage, all 3 video footage of the trespassing that was going on with regards to the one property of Mr. Patsalidis in order to obtain violations. Was he targeted? I think the record speaks for itself. I'm not even going to comment on it. Mr. Patsalidis is an upstanding citizen in our community. He's bent over backwards for many people, including the needy in this community. And I would ask you to consider a $5,000 fine for the issues that are at hand, and we will be coming back for the $85,600 issue that will be outstanding. What is the urgency? Mr. Patsalidis had a piece of property that was under contract on Tarpon Avenue next to the Vinson property, and the individual, he was unable to close on the property. The individual sued him. I do have the settlement agreement and release of claims that is signed by the parties, including the Honorable James D. Arnold, and the property was supposed to come into compliance with regards to the settlement agreement by March 24th. That was impossible because of the time frame that we're here on today. So they have agreed to wait and see what occurs here in order for that property, it's an empty lot, for the sale to go through. So I would ask you to seriously consider a $5,000 fine for the 6 that were here before today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we've done that as far as the presentation. Let's go to commission comments. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I have no comment.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I've just got a quick comment. So, City Attorney, if you could help me out on this one, there's still a pending fine that's accruing on 201 North Pinellas Avenue.
Yes.
Does that prohibit the individual from selling the property or any other properties or liens or anything along those lines?
No, we would give the partial release that would take care of this. The parties have kind of discussed that back and forth. That's why we wanted to bring these. These are all in compliance, so they're appropriate to be before the board at this time, and we are doing it from a timing perspective because of the situation that was already mentioned.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to support a $2,000 release.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you. I have some questions, if you wouldn't mind answering for me. You're not contesting that all of these violations didn't happen, correct?
No, we're not saying they didn't happen. On 4 of the violations, just so you're aware, he did go before the Code Enforcement Board, and he had an attorney, Mr. Brundage. Mr. Brundage has issues with the Florida Bar, and it's not the Code Enforcement Board's problem, it's not this board's problem, but I do want you to understand that Mr. Brundage filed appeals on those 4 cases, and then he did nothing. I spoke with the Florida Bar attorney that prosecuted the case. He indicated that the judge has made a recommendation to suspend Mr. Brundage for a year. These weren't the only cases before them. There were other issues with Mr. Brundage as well. So unfortunately, and again, it's not this board's fault or any other board's fault, but he was unable to have his day in court with regards to his appellate remedy.
Well, see, the question I'm going to ask next, which I'm glad you kind of touched base on, is these all been sitting since 2017, 2018, 2019,
And of course, we're 2023, and, you know, everybody or anybody who breaks the law always, and I'm not saying that he's broken the law, but when you come before a hearing or your feet are pressed to the fire, why wasn't this handled all along is my big question. I'm not looking to go through whether Gasson targeted him or not. I've heard stories, I know stories, but there's still an issue where, whether Gasson targeted him or not, he gets up in the morning, and if somebody's grass is 18 inches high, which is what it says, he's a code violator, whether he's targeted or not. I don't know of any police who get up in the morning and just want to target one person. They will, the people that do their job very well will go by and drive by and see if things have come into compliance. So what I'm having a hard time is there's not one item on here where you can say, an issue happened and Mr. Pasadelides corrected it. Maybe, I read every part of this a number of times. He's got 21 properties. Maybe he needs a property manager. And I'm not saying to do that, but somebody's got to keep tabs on this. Every city police officer that drives around has 27,000 families to go look at. He can't play babysitter to any one family. I know I read that Mr. Pasadelides said that the other code enforcement person was kind and contacted him, and then he corrected it. And I sat there reading this saying to myself, well, that's not his job. His job is not to go by my house and see if I have a boat license on my boat. He's not. But if I don't, I'm going to get hit with a violation or a warning. So I'm having a very hard time just blocking this out and saying he's doing things according to the rules and regulations. Each one of these, nobody denied, how they got the information and the evidence, I understand. And I even listened to the recording that Lemons made on the specifics. And I know, Mr. Pasadelides, you said that, he went onto the property without permission. But I listened to the girl. She was so unsure. She was, I kind of said it's okay with me, but I'm going to go find out, So it wasn't a specific, no, you can't go. She didn't give him a no. So I just want you to know, when I was listening to it, I really tried to put myself in your position to see, did she give permission for him to go on or not? I didn't hear that. I heard that she was a little wishy-washy, and so, I wasn't there. You weren't there. None of us were there. I would have liked to see you come before us or somebody, and solve this before your feet were to the fire and you're now in a situation where you kind of need to get this done, and otherwise you have other big issues. I'd love to get you out of this situation, but then I look and see that I know it's not something for discussion, but you have another case that's coming up on the 201 North Pinellas Avenue, and I know about that case as well. I did do my research on it. We don't want to have to do this. It's costly for the city to have to send you, emails and whatnot. I know you sent a lot of photos in. One of your complaints were you didn't get emails back, that Gasson or whoever sent you emails sent it to another email that you never looked at. Isn't that what you said? What you did say that.
Yes.
It's in your wording.
Yes,
so
I did.
you
However,
can't
he
expect.
received the email of the pictures showing I was in compliance.
Right.
And he didn't close it, and that's why the fines continued to accumulate, And that was a pattern that I was compliant, I responded, I completed what needed to be done, and they weren't closed out. And if he hadn't originally designated me as a repeat violator at the beginning, then there wouldn't have been any fines, because all these violations were completed within 3 or 4 days, at the most a week. So I was being compliant, but because I was a repeat violator, they started from the first day and accumulated.
Well,
That was the issue.
let me, let me correct what you just said. You have here Whitcomb Boulevard, 33 days. The other one here at Whitcomb Boulevard is 235 days. You have compliance here on 7 days. You have compliance on 4 days, compliance on 10 days. I've watched the Code Enforcement Board. Whenever you have a repeat violator, they kind of put your feet to the fire and they say, listen, you've got to step up to the plate. You've got to be proactive in getting these things solved. And here, it's 2023, and you're bringing us to solve stuff that happened back in 2017, 2018, 2019. So I'm happy to try to get you solved tonight. I just would like to see this not elevate. This is not how we like to run a city, and I think you know that. So, but when you're labeled a repeat violator, the ruling here is you have to be clean and green for 5 years. And you haven't been. So I don't understand. Like I said, I read through everything that you asked me. I listened to every one of the tapes. And I just think you need to make a decent offer so as to make this go away, and try to correct this other one that you have going on, because I know you're a good guy and I like you a lot. I don't want to be here reprimanding you, but I watched the code enforcement, how hard they have to send out notifications, letters, and emails and all this stuff. They have to document everything that they do. It's really hard. So it's a lot easier to just be in compliance. So I don't know if you want to answer. I didn't really ask you a question. I'm just giving you my feedback of what I went through.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate you doing that. And I also have some additional tapes from the missing 2 exhibits that I couldn't send via the email because they were too large.
Right.
So you'll have a full package with all the exhibits, including Exhibit 5 and Exhibit 8, which is a complaint that I submitted to to the police department back in 2019 to follow up with a prior complaint that no action was done on it. And I hope that tries to explain a little bit that I haven't just been sitting and it just hasn't happened today, that I was trying to work through the police department and follow the process and file the complaints with the supervisors in the police department and elevate it, and it finally elevated it to the chief. And after that is when I came to the board. So during this entire process, if you read the report, you can see that there were some downtimes where the police department didn't do anything on my complaint until I followed up in the Exhibit 8, which I have here, on August 25th, 2019.
I did want to also share one thing with you. You have to understand that in the police department, they have a policeman who kind of maybe would shrug their shoulders and let everybody off because they don't want to do paperwork. And you have somebody on the other end of the spectrum that if you break the law, you break the law. There are people that'll let you go on a speeding violation and just say, hey, this is a warning. But they're legally allowed to write the summons for you. And each one of these things, as I'm asking you, if it's not true that you didn't violate, then I have no issue. But these are all violations, so I kind of find it hard that an officer who's doing his job, maybe better than other officers, could be classified targeting you. That's...
If I could answer that, because when Mr. Patsalitis has video footage
of an officer trespassing on his property, it doesn't matter whether there's a violation or not.
Sure.
That isn't good work by an officer, Commissioner Eisner. And
Yes.
if it's your property, I'm sure you'd feel the same way.
Agreed.
So, you know, to sit and say, well, these violations occurred, any officer can go in your backyard and find something in the code that is in violation at the end of the day. So to have those issues come up and have video footage of it, you know, I think it speaks for itself. As for the issue of why are we here today, Mr. Patsalidis mistook the police department for being able to resolve certain issues, which they can't. It has to come before the board. And I've explained that to him, and that's why we're here today. So he did make attempts and contacting the police department, filing the complaints, thinking they had the power to resolve these issues, which they don't. We have to come before the board, and that, again, we're here, and we hope to be able to resolve that.
Right, but these are 2017, 2018, 2019.
Sure.
This, I just don't know, and that's the question I've got to ask. How long were we going to sit and wait to hear this and solve this and move forward without this closing coming down? That's all.
What ended up happening is because he lost his appeal rights, and he did ask what the next step would be, and he was informed, well, you lost your appeal rights, there's nothing you can do. But that's not the case. You can come before the board here to rectify this situation.
I've got emails to that effect, numerous, because I tried to resolve this numerous times, and everybody responded back saying that I couldn't. The board, I had 30 days to appeal the decision of the board, and after that, I couldn't do anything. And as Attorney Theophilopoulos has mentioned, the attorney that I had dropped the ball on the appeals, so I lost all those. And so once the 30 days was up, I couldn't file another appeal.
Well, I don't know how we could come up, you know, with a number. What I would prefer is to come up with a number that the city isn't taking a loss in all of the time and effort to send the stuff back and forth, and I don't know what that number is. You know, we don't have the city attorney with us that was handling all that. I know there was a suggestion of no comment. There was a suggestion of $2,500. The current city attorney's asking for $5,000. Is there a number that you, I mean, this is going on 5-6 years, so that I don't want to make money to get you in compliance, but I don't want, the city did a lot of work sending emails and all this stuff back and forth, and I think the city's entitled to something with that. I think that's kind of fair. So I'm leaving it up to you to make that comment.
Well, we came before the board with a $5,000 request. Obviously, Commissioner Carr, understanding some of the circumstances here, indicated and made a motion for a $2,000 resolution of this. So we would ask that you consider that.
Well, I understand, but he's going on no facts, so he's just throwing a number out there. So, I mean, I don't know what that number is. You know.
There's some information in the backup you could go off of, Commissioner Eisner.
I have the backup.
Is there any other comments?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I've been working with Mr. Pastalidis since I first became commissioner in 2019, and I know he's been wanting to get it resolved, and and it was, I think, eventually it was Attorney Theophilopoulos that finally convinced him that this is the only way that that's going to happen. And as a matter of fact, Attorney Theophilopoulos called me, and I said, I know Jerry. I said, Jerry, it isn't any other option. And he says, okay. So he's here this evening. But that's 4 years. And I think in Mr. I'm not putting myself in Mr. Pastalidis' mind. I think he genuinely felt that there were some options to him available other than coming here tonight. And I think finally he was told you don't have any other option. So he's here this evening. I think he would have been here a long time ago. I can't tell you, as far as the other attorneys and everything and that, and I'm thankful that he's here tonight for this. I think we're spending an awful lot of time on this. I understand what the issues are, and I'm fine with the $5,000. I mean, after 4 years, I'm just kind of looking forward to this, you selling your property and you getting on with your life, and then we've got the other one that we've got to deal with at some point. So, anyway.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I do want to say something before the chief comes out and explode, because I know he's being quiet. First of all, a lot of things has gone on the record tonight. This is about the settlement. Again, it's very simple. We felt that 15,000 was the number. He brought 5,000. But this wasn't a trial on the police department, on Trill's investigation, on, we've heard a lot of things. And I will put on the record so the chief doesn't have to do it. I'll go on and put it on the record. We take issue with a lot of the things Mr. Pasolini says. We don't agree with that, and we think we have, if it was an evidentiary thing to do evidence, we bring that evidence. But that's not the point here, is not dispute it, not to say what we think of the case, what we think of Mr. Pasolini's allegations. That's not what we're here for, and we don't want to do it. I have to put on the record for the chief that we don't agree with the assessment. We don't agree with a lot of things he says. But again, that's not the issue for tonight. The issue is to make a settlement of this, and I'd like to try to keep to this and not have one more word about our officers, our police department, before it forces us to respond. And this is not the place for us to respond and do that with. And we're getting close to the point where it's getting to that. So I wish we just deal with, there are all the numbers out there to come up with the numbers you think are fair. Put this beside, let this be done in this partial settlement. We'll deal with the other issue with Mr. Salzman on board now and his lawyer. We've got a lawyer now. We can deal with that and go on later. And let's try to stay out of this accusations thing going, because we have a whole case disputing some of the stuff. So I hope we just move on with picking the number and letting this be done with.
Okay, thank you. If there's no...
Can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
So, I'm looking through these individual cases, and I can see cases where you were violated or told you were violated, you got a fine, you brought it into compliance, you still had a fine and you never paid it. Why would you not, if you brought their property up to compliance and you had a fine that was driving you towards that, why would you not have paid the fine at that time?
Because a lot of the fines were as a result of trespassing on the property to get the evidence to charge me with the violation. And so I was trying to resolve those, and that's where I made the complaints to the police department about the code enforcement officer. And that's why I didn't pay them, because I thought they would be resolved. I thought I had the evidence, and I have these discs that I need to provide to add to the report that I gave you.
Thank you.
Can I tell you on that one? I got to ask you then the same question. You have 385 Whitcomb Bayou. It's overgrown grass, which I don't like any which way. It's over 18 inches. It's multiple garbage cans strewn in the front yard. So he didn't go on your property there. This is what's in the front yard.
Yes, sir.
It took 33 days in compliance, and you had a daily fine. So let's just that one.
Okay.
Why was that one not taken care
address
of?
that. The tenant there cut their own grass. The lady and her son, they cut the entire grass, and there's affidavits in that report. One says 90% of the grass, the other says 95% of the grass was cut. And then the lawnmower broke, and there was just a little spot in the corner of the tip of the property along the road. Gasson fined me for that. The lady told me that her daughter was coming the next weekend to cut that other part since her lawnmower broke, and she did. She came and cut the grass not only did she cut that little 5 to 10% that was 18 inches high, or whatever it was too high, but she cut the whole property. She submitted an affidavit stating that she cut it on June 15th. The mother submitted the affidavit that she was helping her son cut the grass, and it was cut, except for the lawnmower breaking a few days before that. The son submitted an affidavit saying that he cut the grass, except for she said 5%, he said 10%, because the lawnmower broke. So when the daughter came and cut all the grass, on the 15th, which I think was a Saturday, on Monday, I received a notice of violation in the mail, which was the 17th. So I immediately go to the property. I take pictures because all the grass is cut. There was 4 pictures. When I got to the code board, I submitted all those affidavits. I submitted the 4 pictures showing all the grass was cut completely. Yet, Officer Gasson,
I know, I read it.
stated that he was not going to accept those 4 pictures. He said that the grass wasn't that way on the 17th when I took the pictures. And the board went along with them, and so I could not enter those 4 pictures of the cut grass. And it continued and continued and continued, even though I paid for, after that lawnmower broke, I hired a landscaper, a grass cutting company, to come and cut it, and they're still cutting it on a regular basis, 2 weeks, every 2 weeks. And the property was in compliance, and it's been in compliance ever since. But Officer Gasson, even though it was in compliance, he finally came to look at it, but he didn't have to go in the backyard to show that it was in compliance. But he decided to go behind the 6-foot fence to find more violations. So instead of just looking at the property, seeing that it was cut, accepting my pictures, he went in the backyard and identified a blue tin that had metal cans, vegetable cans and stuff that the son took to the recycle place or the metal place to make a few extra dollars, and the PVC pipes and a fallen branch in the backyard. As soon as he told me about the fallen branch and the PVC and the bin, I asked the tenant to put the bin and the PVC pipe in the garage, which they did, and the landscapers came, and I got a before picture with the branch there and an after picture with the branch removed, and that's the email that I forwarded from the landscaper who sent it to me to Officer Gasson, that evidently he didn't accept or didn't feel that it was done, and the fine still continued on that, and it continued and continued because he said I didn't notify him that the property was ready for inspection after I sent him the email showing the before and after picture. Those are the type of things that ran up my fines, but I've complied, and I've got the documentation from the landscaping company. I've got the bills for all the grass cutting from that date all the way current. I don't know what else to tell you. And I've got the films here on the other trespassing.
You have more information than the whole thing is worth. Believe me, I understand. All I'm saying to you is, the garbage cans, you had them
There
out.
aren't any really garbage
Well,
cans other than the
okay.
trash cans. There's no pictures of any garbage cans, it was just the grass.
I don't think we're going to get anywhere relitigating this tonight. I think there's an offer on the table. I think it was quite a bit for Mr. Pastelidis to come with his attorney this evening to make that offer, and I think that's the issue that we've got in hand. Either we're going to agree with it or we're not. So, is there a motion and a second?
I made a motion already for 2,000.
How much?
2,000.
What was that?
2,000.
Say it again.
2,000. 2,000.
Is there a second to that? Okay, there's no second. Commissioner Carr, you want to up that?
I'll make a motion to accept the $5,000 offer.
Okay, is there a second to that one? Okay. Is there a motion from someone else?
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on the Whitcomb Boulevard 44 case, but I think he should settle for $10,000.
10,000. Is there a second to that one?
I'll second that one.
Okay. Are there any further comments on that? Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Mr. Pastoritas, thank you for coming here tonight, and I think that's the best that we could do given the circumstances. You want to leave something with somebody?
Report?
It's additional exhibits that were too large to email. He would like
Bring
to
them forward
provide to
and
the
I'll take
board.
them. Okay, thank you very much.
Those, wait a minute, those are exhibit 5. This is exhibit 8.
They're marked.
They're marked.
They're marked. Okay. Thank you.
And I'm sure if you want any exhibits from our side, you can talk to Chief Young, and he'll have plenty for you also.
And it would also,
He's going to let it go because of me. Again, we'll stand on the record, we dispute a lot of what Mr.
Let's,
Pastoritas says.
the items ended, and Mr. Pastoritas, thank you for coming forward, and Mr. Theophilopoulos, thank you. Okay.
And I want to thank Chief Young for his indulgence and
I just want to say 100% I support Officer Gasson and Major Trill and do not question their
I'm with you.
integrity
If I've
at
been
all.
over that, again, thank you. We just need to move on with this.
Okay. That ends the agenda on the regular session, so meeting adjourned at 10:09. We're going to go immediately into the Community Development Agency meeting, so I'm going to call to order the Community Redevelopment Agency for the downtown Tarpon Springs redevelopment area on Tuesday, March 28, 2023 at 10:09 p.m. I have another, I need to go through that drill with Commissioner Koulias being ill. If I could have a motion for his excusal in a second, I would appreciate it.
Motion to excuse Commissioner Koulias.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lunt?
Yes.
Chair Vaticius?
Yes. Roll call, please.
Chair Vaticius?
Here.
Vice Chair Lunt?
Here.
Commissioner Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Eisner?
Here.
And Commissioner Koulias is absent and excused.
Okay. City Manager, of course, we're going to go to item 1, which is the annual
The first
report.
thing is the required CRA report in March, which is why it's on this meeting. So I'll have Karen Lemons quickly give her report and her booklet that you all have in front of you that she produces very well every year.
Thank you. Karen Lemons, Economic Development Manager. As Mark stated, CRAs are required each year to report their activities for the fiscal year as long as a financial statement. So this is the CRA annual report for the fiscal year 2022, which covers October 1st of 2021 to September 30th of 22. For some background, the CRA in the Tarpon Springs was created in 2001. It has about 230 acres, 600 tax parcels. You can see the boundaries on the right. It's essentially bounded by Mears Boulevard to the south, the Anclote River to the north. It runs north and south along alternate 19, takes in the downtown to Levis Street, and to the west to Spring Bayou. And the goals of the CRA are to stimulate redevelopment, to encourage growth, and to attract private investment into the area. We've had robust business activity in the past fiscal year. Listed there are new business openings and expansions that occurred. There were about 30 of them, and some of the photos of some of the new businesses and the ribbon cuttings that we've had. Additional activity, these are projects outside of this fiscal year that are opening this next year and or have opened already. The top is Sponge City Brewing, which will be opening shortly. You'll see Sweetwood Bakery on Hibiscus Street. They're renovating the storefront right now. A couple of the other ones that are already open, the Gilded Page. We now have another bookstore downtown. The Tin Man will be opening where Copper Mule was. And then there are several others. JoJo's is expanding into the storefront next door, offering lunch and pizza and items and things like that. Our incentive grants. The incentive grants are really the strongest component of the CRA. They help us to attract new businesses. They help us to retain our existing businesses by offering grants to the business owner and the property owners. The CRA offers 4 grants. They're listed here. The facade grant is the oldest of our grants, created in 2011 for exterior improvements to a building. The restaurant recruitment grant was created in 2015. That is for interior improvements for eating and drinking establishments. And the building code assistance grant was created in 2020. And that is for interior improvements for bringing buildings up to code, things like fire, safety, FEMA, ADA compliance, things like that. And then the photo mural grant was created in December of 2021. Each of these are reimbursable grants, meaning the applicant pays up front and then is reimbursed after showing documentation of the grant and that the project has been completed. And they're capped at 50% of the total project cost or at the dollar amounts shown there. So over the years, we have approved 93 facade grants, 19 restaurant grants, and 11 building code grants. And then looking at who's making the applications, you see the facade grant, the majority are applied for by the building owner. The restaurant grant is about 50-50, and the building code, the majority is by the building owner. And these are some before and after pictures. This is 419 South Pinellas. This was Twisted Orange and Macoma Boutique, showing the inside of the building when they got it, and they had received a building code grant for electrical upgrade. Economic impact of these grants, we've had 123 projects, a total of $750,000 in the grant funds expended, which leveraged private investment of over $4.2 million, and then a return on investment over those years of about 458%. And then it shows it annualized, and the average grant amount is about $6,124. And then these are projects that have happened either within the fiscal year or have been completed in the fiscal year. This is our North Safford Avenue redevelopment. The building is now completely occupied with the opening of Stumpy's in December of last year. The project started back in about 2020, and you can see on the left what the building had looked like at the time. That was the former Kokalakis warehouse building. Carriage Homes on Ring. These townhomes are now at full capacity and fully occupied as of this fiscal year. This was 12 townhome units. The picture at the top I wanted to show, this project actually began in 2015. It showed what the block looked like at the time. When the developer went to HPB, they required him to save this building here, this house. That's the one that he moved and restored. It's across the street right now. This property, HPB did allow him to demolish, but wanted to offer it for free, hoping that somebody would restore it and move it. They got several inquiries, but nobody did actually follow through on that, so that building was demolished. The livery stable, this is across the street from the Carriage Ring apartments or townhomes there. The BOC recently made final approvals on this project, which will eventually be an 8-room hotel with 11 on-site parking spots. TSB Construction is renovating that house at 429 East Lemon Street, and in the rear, they're constructing a flex building that will be their new offices for their construction company. The Enclo Distillery, they currently are leasing a small space on North Safford Avenue. They purchased this Quonset hut building and are renovating that. On the right, you can see what the rendering, what the building will eventually look like. This is right on the Pinellas Trail. Five Branches Brewery right now is on Athens Street. They purchased the former Krusty Bread Bakery this past year and are renovating the structure and will be moving their brewery there this year. The CRA is seeing a lot of residential infill projects, mostly vacant lots that are being purchased for residential use. This is an example on North Safford Avenue. A house just went up. Other examples are the Pine Street apartments and then the recent apartments that the BOC approved on Safford and East Park. The Manatee Village Shopping Plaza, as you all know, has been under renovation and reconstruction. The improvements are moving along quite nicely. There's still a little bit left to do. I know people are asking who's going in, where the new tenant's going to be. The developer or the owner of the shopping center is not divulging that at this time yet. When they are ready, they will let us know, and they will release the names, or we will. But I have spoken with the broker several times. There's been a lot of interest, a lot of inquiries. So we can expect to see some new stores opening later this year. Downtown parking, with the success of the downtown businesses, there's always a need for additional parking. Within the last several years, the CRA has leased 3 parking lots for municipal parking and constructed a parking lot off of Ring Avenue, adding about 130 spots to the downtown. We are continually looking for additional leasing opportunities, and this past year now we have a bid out currently for a parking study. That bid, I believe, is due the end of April. So with a successful bid award, we should have the parking study beginning in June. And beautification, historic preservation is a big part of the CRA. These are ongoing projects that we are continually working on. Our community mural project, now this was a private project, so it didn't have anything to do with any CRA funds, but it's an example of what an unsightly wall of a building can look like with a little TLC. I want to thank the building owner, the muralist, and several citizens who came out on several occasions to prep the building and do the painting, and that was completed in last February. We use this as an example of what the photo mural grant can actually do to a building. Downtown lighting, we're talking about this a little bit, but we've added string lights in the alley that connects Hibiscus to South Safford, lighting in the Mother Mears parking lot, and Acorn light globes, and I know we're going to be working on a lot more lighting moving forward. We've got an active historic marker program throughout the city. Within the CRA, we've got 2 state historic markers. We recently started a local historic marker program in conjunction with the Tarpon Area Historical Society. These are the local markers that look like we just had a dedication ceremony at the Mears Sally House at 26 West Orange. We'll be seeing more of those coming up as well. The railway semaphore signal restoration, this project we'll be talking about as well. This is currently what the semaphore signal looks like, and as you can see, it's missing these arms, and that's what the project will be doing. These pictures are from 1913 and the late 70s. And festival events are important in the CRA. They bring visitors and residents downtown and also offer visibility for our local businesses. There are 7 events that occur in the downtown monthly, our first Fridays and second Saturdays, the quarterly wine walks, and annually the Touch a Truck, the Thanksgiving Festival, and our Christmas events. And then finally, I won't read all of these, but these are future and ongoing projects. These are projects we've discussed in the past, are currently discussing, and are in the pipeline. And just to point out, a lot of these amendments to the CRA SAP code, the strategic plan, the comp plan, the economic development element strategy, all of those things that are being implemented now this coming year will have an impact on the CRA. And with that, I just want to thank the CRA board for their support. I want to thank the downtown businesses and property owners for their support and all that they do for the city, and working in conjunction with the city to help create vibrancy and keep the CRA thriving. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lemons. Let's go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this presentation?
Ed Hoffman, 29 West Orange Street is the property, but I'm also here as the president of the Tarpon Springs Area Historical Society, and I just wanted to comment on particularly the whole program was fabulous, and I think all the seeds that Karen has planted are really coming to fruition, and I'm delighted by that. But one thing I particularly wanted to say is that I appreciate the work from the city. This program with the historic marker program, I think it's a very vital thing, and it's quite wonderful to have the history of the Tarpon Springs not only in the museum and the cultural center, heritage center, but being out on the streets where people, the pedestrians, can see those markers, and it brings the history out to all of us, not just those that are visiting here or new residents that are here, but some, as I had mentioned the other day, some of us that have been here our whole lives and read these markers and say, oh, I didn't know that. That's fabulous. But anyway, so that's a really wonderful thing. The Sally House, I wanted to thank the city for their work because we were doing, as we always do, apparently, that we generally have everyone on the sidewalk because that's where people view. So in our unveiling ceremony, we needed to use the sidewalk for that, and they're on Orange Street. And when I told Karen that we had a little bit of a problem with there's some drainage along that took out a lot of grass, and the curb made it a very dangerous situation. I don't know, maybe it was that day, the next day. That was, this function, it was all worked out great. And they came in there, they stripped it out, they got it cleaned up, they made it safe, they planted grass in the right-of-way there, and so that's just greatly appreciated. The city staff was able to do that. So on behalf of the Historical Society, I want to thank you for that and your partnership with that program. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Anita Protas, 901 Bayshore Drive. I want to say that it's wonderful to see the historical plaques in front of homes and buildings. And as we ride through the community, the Castle House, there was a band conductor that used to come down where Dr. Dimanis lived in the winter, and that little thing that looks like a pool in front of his house, he used to put the orchestra down there. And they would practice. They'd come to Tarpon Springs and give concerts all the time. We have older homes around the bayou and in the fruit section that have a lot of historic background. And it's nice to see people walking around town reading these historic markers. And we have such a fine community with so much history here, and the homes. If we just finish and get them all in here and finish the bayou, and I'm hopefully, I may never live to see it, but if we could move the Safford House, the bayou, that would be the corsage on the historic homes down at our famous bayou. We could make so much more in Tarpon Springs and bring people to Tarpon to see our beautiful historic community. Don't do it for me, don't do it for others who work with historic, do it for Tarpon Springs. We've got so much here that we can improve on and work with. The older homes, we have a lot more markers that we need to get out in front of these homes. And if you go down into Greektown, there are some very special historic homes in Greektown that when the tourists are here, and they park on every street down there when there's an affair, they can read them and know what we're all about. So I'm glad to see that we're doing this. It's important. It's important for the young children coming up. It's important for all of the people in Tarpon Springs. What we're doing in the CRA is for not any certain individual, but for the whole community, Tarpon Springs itself.
Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. do the commission have any comments concerning the presentation, Vice Mayor Lund?
You know, I've been here for 11, 12 years now, and it's been a constant improvement, and I think a lot of that's due to the CRA, so I'm appreciative.
Yeah, the buildings within the CRA and the businesses have obviously grown a significant amount. Karen, thank you for your commitment to helping these businesses and also coordinating the different grants that are in place too. You can see that's a very big success within the CRA and within the city. So great job to seeing those ones through. A couple questions. There's a lot of great businesses that open up and that are planning on opening up. Some things that have been asked. The Pinch a Penny next to Ace Hardware, is that still moving forward or is that one done?
They're staying where they are.
Okay. And then the Mexican restaurant that's proposed at the old bike shop and dry cleaner on Court Street and Pinellas Avenue?
They just got their permits today.
They just got their permits today.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so those are ones I hear a lot of questions about. So, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. By the way, Pinch a Penny's under new management as well. So Karen, thank you. I know how hard you work to make this accomplishment. I did want to give a shout out to the community mural project that's done, that was done by Emily Taman, and I know she worked her tail off in the hot sun. I saw her many days out there working, and she did a beautiful job. Do you have any update? I know about it, but I'd like the residents to know about it, for anything that is going to happen with Manatee Village?
Yeah, like I said, they're not divulging any of the new tenants yet, so I don't have that information.
But there's no anchor, correct?
No, there's no large anchor
Right.
at this point,
Okay.
right?
Because otherwise, tomorrow Facebook is going to be Trader Joe's and Aldi's, and so I just needed you to put that on tape, so, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, one last thing, the markers that we have around town, do we have a guidebook to show people where they can walk through town to see these things, or do we have an ability to download something in an app where they can go through town and use a golf cart, a electric bike? I've watched lately so many e-bikes going through town and looking around, and they go up to some of these signs, and that, you know, we have a sign, just so you know, right by Tarpon Tavern. The whole sign is east is west, north is south, south. I mean, I don't know who put the sign up, but it needs to be completely flipped. So I don't think, I think as our past mayor said, it's really good to have these plaques, but it also is good to have a way for people to find them. I mean, we know living here where they are, but we need to have a way for visitors, because that's what would really bring business. So that's what I'd like you to move forward with and try to see if we can get, whether, like I said, whether it's an app or a map, either one.
We're working on that right now.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Ms. Lemons. This report is pretty much matches with what you did up there, right?
Right.
It just goes in, have we done this before like that, in that quality, or?
Yes, we do that every year. We send it to the state, we send it to the county.
Hopefully we need more to distribute them. That's all I have. I think it was an excellent report, and it's a requirement we do this annually.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't need a motion or accept the report. The next one is.
I don't think so. We don't usually do.
No.
Okay. The next one is going to be Ron Herring with the.
Yes, Ron with his
budget.
annual budget resolution,
right.
when he gets a chance for the CRA.
Now this one, once he's done with his presentation, we'll do the resolution by title. Or is this not going to be like that?
I think we do I think we do
Let's
it
go
by-
ahead. Mr. Salzman, if you could read the resolution by title before Mr. Herring gets started.
CRA Resolution 2023-01, a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. You want me to read the?
No, if you feel it's sufficient, that's good. Okay.
That's the title, Mayor. Yes.
So, Mr. Herring, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Ron Herring, Finance Director. Tonight we have the Budget Resolution 2023-01 is to bring forward the budgeted items from fiscal year 2022 that were in process or not completed as of September 30th, 2022. The items are to bring forward that were approved and they were budgeted in fiscal year 2022. All the items I've listed on the cover letter. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this particular item? This is the budget resolution for the CRA. Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments on this budget resolution?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner comments. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything?
I'm fine.
Oh, Ed, Mr. Hoffman, come on forward.
Excuse me, again, Ed Hoffman with the Tarpon Springs Area Historical Society President. The $100,000 that was budgeted, we're, of course, in total support of that continuing on as we continue the jitney process. So I haven't seen the letter, but that, I believe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hoffman, could you speak into the microphone, please? I can't quite hear you.
Get it up here, maybe. Is this better?
Thanks, Eddie.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know that $100,000 had been set aside for the jitney in last year's budget, and I haven't seen what you have now, but hopefully it's going to be carried forward to this year. That's when we're actually going to be needing it.
Yes, that's what the resolution is doing, is bringing that budget forward to this year.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, I'm very happy about that and ask you to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there, okay, so we did the public comments, commissioner comments, Vice Mayor Lunt. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, just a couple things. I believe that the intention of the parking downtown that's called out for $200,000 was to start earmarking some funds for a parking garage or acquiring pieces of property as well too. Just to give you a little more insight or background on the parking downtown. I think the rail arm, that Mark, is that separate from the Semifold one? That's a separate project, right? That was discussed and
the decision was made to just do a semaphore.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah, I thought that was ACT, so that's why I just want to make sure that was clear on that one. So, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Eisner, do you have anything?
Yes, I had a question on the downtown lighting, because I just didn't know what needed to be replaced. I know there were just, I know Tom's.
If you want to wait, that's in the next item. If you wanted to wait for it, or if you wanted to do it now, we could.
Either way.
Your preference, Mayor? We have it.
No, I'd rather wait. I mean, this is for a budget resolution right now. And
Okay,
get
we
Mr.
can
Herring
wait.
out of the way.
I said either way.
We do need to have a motion and a second to approve this.
Motion approved.
Do you have
Second.
another question?
No.
Is there a
I
motion?
seconded it.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lunt?
Yes.
Chair Vaticius?
Yes. Okay. Item 3, the CRA project updates. Mr. LaCourse, I'm going to let you handle this, go through each one of those, I guess.
Yes, these, again, you know, this is the last meeting of this board, and we've had some things going on, and we've been asked to give an update on certain projects. Again, apologize for Mr. Robertson as he's recovering and stuff, not being here for the first two. So briefly, we cover it, you know. We're still working on what we bring back to you for the Jitney Garage, which is the first one. We're still looking to lower the cost, lower the prices, and bring the final efforts of Mr. Robertson, working with Mr. Hoffman, working on different ways of possibly money raising, getting services donated. There's a lot of things going on to try to reduce that price and reduce that cost, to bring it to you one maybe last time for a decision on it. We're not there yet. Hopefully, for Mr. Robertson. You know, it'll be coming soon into the next commission's time frame where it'll be brought back with those, but it's still a work in progress, and that's all he really had to report on the Jitney garage.
Just on the Jitney?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hoffman, I know that's why you're here, so.
Yes, thank you. Ed Hoffman, president of the Tarpon Springs Area Historical Society and architect for the project. I just wanted to update you a little bit that I know when we last spoke about this at a meeting that it was an issue of the amount of money involved in trying to get the civil engineering completed so that we could take the project out to bid to get prices. And so I know that was a little bit of a hiccup, and the prices that we had, or the city had with their engineers was an issue, and so I've been able to obtain a pro bono donation of from an engineer, Northside Engineering, to do that engineering for us. So that's now starting in the works. The only thing we actually need is a good topo of elevations for him to do his work. The other thing that we have is that we have donations by the structural engineer has donated his services, the electrical engineer has donated his services, and the guy that did the little plumbing and the HVAC has donated his as well. So all the design services, less the survey, is donated at this point. So anyway, that's.
Let me ask you something.
Yes,
do you
sir.
need anything at this point? I mean, do you need the survey done? Is that?
Yes, we need the survey done. So when I've talked to Mr. Robertson, and he's going to see if, right now, I think the proposal was like $6,000, which seems pretty high for what we actually need. But it's also meets and bounds. It's a real odd kind of a thing because nobody seems to have really built a building in city right away. And so how we handle that platting and zoning, whatever, it's a city building in the city right of way. So that's a little bit odd. So, but we're trying to get some boundaries for it so it'll be defined in the right of way. So.
Can you do this within your authority, or do you need the commission to act on this?
Again, that's one of the things when we get the price settled down. We're working on the price of this stuff. It could be within my realm, or I may have to come back.
It'll be less than $6,000 because we have a price
Getting into
for
my
$6,000.
realm.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So anyway, and then we're going to be working prices. We're going to look at how we bid the project out and what addendums we can have, the alternates in the bid that we can have, that possibly that we can do, we can do our own painting. It could really be a community project as well for the painting, the landscaping. There's several things that we can do that might be able to reduce the cost if it comes in higher than what we expect. So,
is that another thing that Mr. Hoffman's going to be working with?
That's
Ms.
what
Lewis?
we're working on. And again, we don't want to. That's why we don't want to get into it too much on a formal report because we haven't worked all those things out. But
tonight,
not tonight. But
we'll
that's
come
why we're
back.
talking about in the future. We've been working on it because we need to give you a product. We need to give you the final product. We don't want to give you pieces. So we're working feverishly. Obviously, we had a little hiccup with Mr. Robertson actually out for the 3 weeks or so he was out, but he's diligently back on it, working with Ms. Hoffman again, so we can bring you as a CRA board the whole package, so we can get a finalized decision on it. So that will be coming. That'll be coming sometime early after the next board gets seated.
So all the design and engineering is complete. It's just the civil engineering needing the topo. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
Melina May Grisfos. I own Ambiance Hair Salon, 124 Tarpon Avenue. I never got an email on this. I guess it was circulating on November 22nd for feedback on the jitney. I own a business and I still am not in the loop of what's going on. With that being said, I'm all for it. I'm looking forward to more history of Tarpon being brought, you know, as far as the, what is it, the Jitney House goes, and the location of it, it's supposed to be somewhere behind by the train station, right? Because I'm just now getting all this information the last month and a half. I'm looking forward to that. I think preserving our history is far more important than the 2 parking spots that I keep hearing about, that we're supposed to be giving up 2 parking spots for this jitney. So I'm all for giving up 2 parking spots for preserving history, especially when it comes to immigrants and their entrepreneurship. But thank you. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Foss.
John Koulianis, 1020 Peninsula Avenue, Tarpon Springs. FYI, I hope we get the Roosevelt property. Just connecting dots. You did a great job, Mayor. I know, it's like you guys go, it's like crazy. When I get up there, I'll be able to retort your retorts of me. But when I'm out here, I just get the retorts and I don't, and you guys didn't hear me. Well, maybe I wasn't a good communicator.
We're on the CRA process right now, right?
Yeah, he's the mayor, so he can tell me. He can gavel me, not you. So, you know, this thing has got, this jitney thing, I saw this, you know, Mr. Hoffman come up here months ago, and I didn't like the way he was treated. I thought disrespectfully. I think this thing has gotten some kind of crazy life of its own. You know, I sat down with him and had a cup of coffee, and, you know, he's an extremely reasonable person. He didn't want to build some garage that costs $1,200 a square foot. He told me if it cost $1,200, he didn't want to do it, right? So it was like, but then we got polls taken by commissioners. This thing has just got out of hand, and it didn't need to be that way. This is a nice historical thing that follows our strategic plan about culture, heritage. You know, my brother remembers riding the jitney as a young boy, going down to Wall Springs with his cousin to go swimming. It's an important part of our heritage. And there's people who have donated money for the restoration of this jitney who expected this thing to be displayed, not to be put away somewhere. So now we got an opportunity to do that. I think if we obviously want this thing to be reasonably priced, but it's important. You know what, it didn't matter to me. I didn't know the jitney, but it matters to Ed, it matters to other citizens who have long history here, and that needs to be respected. And that's it. I think we need to see what we can to honor this, and everybody deserves a seat at the table of Tarpon Springs. And you know, we've spent, and I'm gonna say something, and I don't care how this comes across. This is my last time here in the public for 3 years. You know, it's like we go through these pendulum swings. These people are in, these people are out. You know what I'm talking about. And you know, it's time that everybody's in. It's not like, so this gentleman came forward. He's got a lot of history in this town. He's got his mark. His father, his brother had their mark all over this town, whether it's our St. Nicholas Community Center, whether it's the St. Petersburg College, whether it's his father and the Old Pappas Restaurant. And I'm sure there's plenty more where that is. And when he came up here and he was treated like, I was disgusted by it, okay? Now, everybody deserves a seat at the table, and nobody needs to be out. We're all in. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, the old lady Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. There's 3 of these books. I've got 2. My daughter took the other one. Mayor, your sister did a beautiful book for the city of Tarpon Springs. I still wish we had it available to everyone with old postcards and pictures. It shows the jitney. It shows the history. It wasn't just for the Greek people. It was for everybody. And like someone told me yesterday, I was black. I'm an old lady. But I didn't have to go to the back of the jitney to sit down to write it. And she says, I'm glad we still have one in Tarpon Springs because it represents everybody in Tarpon. A historic artifact that is so important in Tarpon. And I want to thank you all for working with the Historical Society and the citizens of Tarpon for preserving it and we'll be making it available for our tourists to see. We have such a rich history. Get these books and read them and see what it's all about. And did you know that the jitney used to be in the Gasparilla Parade? They took one many, many years ago, and Father Karafillis rode in it with the Greek board. They were so proud to be in the Gasparilla Parade. And I wish they still had it, but we didn't have a jitney for a while. And when we found the jitney, it wasn't laying in pieces in a garage. It was intact, but it hadn't been used. The tires were flat, and we had to have it removed. And it wasn't hard to raise the money to restore it because citizens came forward with the money, good money, because they wanted to keep it. They felt it was so important in Tarpon Springs. It's all in the books. It's all in the history books. Thank you for helping us keep the jitney and helping us to get it displayed.
Vasily Faklis, 139 East Tarpon Avenue. Just reiterating what was said, we have amazing history in this community, and people come for the history. And obviously, the more people we can bring to our downtown area, and there's more activities that can be done while people are shopping and walking around. And this is what we talk about. We talk about making our community more walkable. As was said, Mr. Hoffman, his work speaks for itself. And all these people donating their services to our community, that speaks a lot. That speaks volumes because these people care about this community, and that's what it's all about, is caring. Caring about this community, the past, the present, and the future. So I think this is a good project, and the more we can do to bring people downtown and like Anita said, also possibly bringing the Safford House to the bayou. But, I think this would be great to preserve our history. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay. Is there anything else on the jitney structure?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, my quick comment is I'm happy to hear the pro bono additional work that's being done that Mr. Hoffman shared about. I think it's a great news. Looking forward to hopefully seeing this project move forward with some more cost-effective areas. But at the end of the day, I still think it's worth the money, even if it goes over $100,000. The city's going to find a way to spend the CRA money, and this is a piece that could last for many, many years and outlive probably all of us to an extent as well, too. So I think it's a great investment from the CRA perspective.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as I heard fellow-elect Commissioner Koulianis get up and say he couldn't believe a commissioner would send out a questionnaire, I need to read a response from the questionnaire that I sent out. And I'm even going to call the person's name because it's public record. It's from John Tarapani. and he said, "Your outreach to the CRA property owners who fund the CRA is acknowledged and appreciated. It's also the first time, to my knowledge, in my whole time here, the property owners had been individually contacted for their input, which is refreshing. Regarding the jitney display structure versus the parking garage, my personal evaluation is we can have both, and one does not preclude the other. In fact, the jitney being on display behind the depot would be an additional attraction to the downtown, which would help justify the need for a parking garage. I also believe the jitney has intrinsic value in addition to monetary value, and as it relates to the community, that should be incorporated in your analysis. In that regard, please consider this intrinsic value below." I don't need to read the rest of it. The bottom line is he was at least thankful that I asked that question. I not only went out of my way to ask the question of him, I also asked the question of somebody who did contribute as well, Mike Kouskoutis, who wrote, "Mike, to clarify what I meant by reasonable in the expense to house the jitney, as we all know, the jitney is an important part of Tarpon history and should be displayed. The annual costs seem reasonable. However, the expense to house the jitney seems high. I don't know what the plan is that makes it so expensive, but alternatives need to be explored." I never stood up here and said, I don't want the jitney. What I did was I asked if people wanted to spend what we discussed, which was $150,000 to $200,000. If the price is different, I can resend this out. I heard a person earlier say they didn't receive it. These were sent on November 10th. I got back 10 yeses and 25 no's to this project. But I will tell you that the 25 no's are definitely what I wrote, is $150,000, $200,000. If it comes in at a different price, I'm happy to reproduce a different proposal, send it out. I personally have no iron in this fire. Whether we go for it or not go for it, it's not my money. It's not my business. It's not anything to do with me. I am representing, writing the check for the CRA people, businesses. And I think that they are the ones that are paying the tax, and they should be the ones to decide, not me. So all I did was the busy work. Now, I also got another letter. This was from Christy Howard that said, "I fully support the plan for the jitney, blah, blah, blah." And she said, 300 parking spots isn't standing in the way of Tarpon Springs and its measured growth. Providing more value to our guests in a way of things to see or do that are beyond just spending money in our shops and restaurants is just a pivotal to our continued success and reputation of being a hidden gem. If these comments are sincerely meant to the full commission and to the city manager, then I'll copy them in here myself so nothing's lost in the translation. I appreciate her calling me an indirect that I wouldn't present this to you all, and I know you've all seen it. So I take offense to people telling me I'm not out for the residents. Hopefully, Commissioner-elect Koulianis, when you get up here, you can make your decisions accordingly. But don't correct me for what I have to do here. I'm getting the feedback of the people that are paying the taxes, and I'm just repeating it. That's all I'm doing. And the bottom line is we have 10 yeses for it and 25 no's. So that's where we're at. If when the price comes in differently, I will send it out again. I heard the woman from Ambiance has not gotten hers. She got it. I sent it. If she didn't open it or send it back, I know I sent it to Mr. Fackless. I still haven't gotten back a response from him. I've been promised that as well. So, I mean, if you don't want to respond back, don't respond back. But these are the responses I got. I could read them all. I'm happy to copy the whole commission in. Like I said, if people want this, I'm for it. I don't care. It's not my money. It's their money. Bottom line.
Okay. I don't have anything to add. We've got work to do on this thing. You'll be coming back with it. Is there anything else that we need to do on this item? No vote or anything?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Hey, Mayor,
And-
can I make a quick motion to extend the meeting by 20 minutes?
Oh, yes. Go ahead and make a motion.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:20.
Is there a second?
Could you repeat that, please?
11:20. 11:20.
It's to extend the meeting to 11:20.
Oh, yeah. Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Card?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lunt?
Yes.
Chair Vaticiotis?
Yes. Okay. The railroad mast arm, I'm sorry, railroad arm.
Yes.
the Semaphore.
On a less controversial note, the quotes are in, it's in purchasing, hopefully to finalize, and the good news is hopefully work will begin the end of April or May on that, so we're gonna start seeing that real soon, and I'm at least able to report that on that item.
Okay, let me ask, are there any comments on that one? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone attending at this time.
Okay. Commission comments, Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have
I have
any?
no comment.
I just love the aspect that we're restoring, the city's choosing to restore this railroad arm at this time. I think it's a great piece of history, and to see it restored back to one of its original states is great to see.
Okay.
I thought it was expensive, but the board voted for it, so I'm just going along.
Well, that was a question. I thought we'd had one contractor was the only bid. Now we've gone out and gotten a couple more, or is that something else that I was thinking about?
I think it's something else.
Okay. All right, so you'll.
Or I think when we tried the first time maybe or something, but in the new
So
one,
we
we've got the
okay,
ones.
So we
that-
got some other bids now, okay. Okay, and that will be coming May, is that what you said?
Yeah,
April, May?
end of April, May.
Okay. All right, is there anything else on that?
No.
Okay. The next item is lighting.
Yeah, lighting, Tom did make an appearance and stay here this long to talk a little bit. You see his memo in there about some, I'll let you know we are getting some input, some new input from the downtown, and we'll be soliciting more on this lighting issue and some different things. We've already had one request come in writing from the merchants about what they'd like to see. We're gonna look for some more input, and we're gonna be working. We've got money budgeted. We're gonna be working on it. We've had some challenges come up, and again, just briefly and shortly, the challenges and some things you're looking at, again, on the skyrocketing cost of some of the things we were looking at, and again, we're working on getting those costs down, so briefly.
Sure. Yeah, Tom Funchen, Public Works Director. Yeah, as you know, Commissioners, sometimes down the Tarpon down there, we have issues with electric for the Friday night events. We're looking to add 6 lights, 2 at Mother Mears, 2 at Safford and Lemon, and then 2 down by the Truist Bank. The power system we have there right now is kind of underpowered for the existing lights we have there, enough to power the lights, but as you've seen down there, the power breaks all the time every time you plug something in. So if we're going to add 6 additional lights, we're going to have to upgrade the lighting system, lighting the service system, of course, on that, and maybe also replacing the existing lights, wires that are in the existing conduit. We discovered that some of the conduit is fairly small, so we may have some issues about upsizing that, and we may have to do some additional concrete work. We're doing a little more investigation to see where it's coming, but that's pretty much where the $100,000 comes in. We have to upgrade the conduit, the wire, and do some concrete work. It's going to be expensive.
So I'm sorry, can I?
Well, hang on a second. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me go to
questions?
public comments first, and then we'll go. Public comments, are there any public comments?
Peter Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. It used to be, Mayor, that when the police rode around town during the day, they would report that the lamp posts are still lit. Are we still doing that? If they stay on all day, we're paying extra electricity, aren't we?
You want to answer that?
Yeah, I've had any reports of that happening lately, but
Yeah, it's
we watch
been
for that,
happening.
and
It's
it's
been
not just the
happening.
police, our public works
It's
people
I
also look
thought
for
the
that
police,
also.
excuse me, Chief Young. I thought well, in my day, the police used to do it too. But the lights around the bayou, down Pinellas Avenue, And halfway up Tarpon Avenue from the bayou up to the stoplight, well, the other part too, they've been on during the days. Now, you know, Duke Energy wants another raise, so we have to watch our pennies.
We'll look into that.
Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone attending at this time.
Vice Mayor Lunt, please.
So, if I'm reading this correctly, we're planning on adding 6 lights?
Yes.
And to add 6 lights, we're gonna have to redo our whole system?
Well, it's not so much 6 lights. You got enough power to power the existing lights that are there.
Yeah, I understand the concept.
Right, right.
So how much additional load what's the load rating on these lights?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but what I can tell you is that it's one thing the lights, but when you add the extra, when we do events down there and you plug into the outlets, that's where we're getting the extra draw. And if we're going to continue doing that, you're going to need the power in order to power those outlets.
Okay, I understand that. So I understand we use outlets off the lights.
Yes.
For the events that happen mostly first Friday.
Yes.
And it's always surprised me that we actually do that instead of supplying people with generators like we should. Why is that coming off the city load at all? This is just a question that I'm not sure if I'm good at spending another $100,000 to redo an electrical system so that we can supply electricity to vendors on First Friday. That just doesn't sound like a plan that I'm comfortable
Well,
with.
again, if you look at the backup, that's what we're saying.
Yes.
That's all. We haven't done anything yet because we want to try to get that cost down. So that's why we don't have a solution for you, because that was the cost, and that's the reason why there's a stall. Because we've talked about this before and looking at it, we're stalled because we want to look at getting that price down and not spend that money if there's a way to do it. Now, I don't know if it is or not, but that's what we're looking at, some alternatives to not have that total cost, so we can put other things into the CRA. So again, these are updates, and we're just letting you know where we are in the process, and we're not there obviously because you're not seeing the approval for the bid to do $100, because we said the same thing, and we're trying to find an alternative way to do it.
Appreciate it. I know.
Okay.
I dig into these things, and I just doesn't.
Now, that's why you haven't seen progress so far, because of the cost. So we're working on it.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for the update. What about the lighting on Lemon and Safford parking lot and the trees along the trail in that area? That was discussed for the past couple of years.
We're putting up lighting in the back parking lot over there behind the train station. Yes, that should be actually starting to cut conduit in there in the next few weeks.
Okay,
once
great.
you get past the season, of course. Yeah.
Sure. And then is there any opportunity looking in this future budget to move any of the Acorn lights north on Safford at all, or even if it's a separate pole of some sort? I know there's more businesses that are creeping north on Safford, and there's more apartments complexes that are small apartment buildings that are coming in as well too. And it's just, some of the business owners have talked about how it's dark in that area. And
That's one of the things I
safety.
told you, that we've already got it right. We've already got that from them and the request for that, and that's one of the new things we're looking at.
Okay, great. From this standpoint, I mean, I'll let you guys figure out what the best option is. But I mean, lighting is just an imperative part with the homeless in the area from a safety standpoint. When it's dark earlier in the season, where it gets dark out early, people don't feel safe. We've gotten emails in the past when they're walking in the parking lots. So it is important to make sure that the city is providing adequate light in the parking lots and the sidewalk areas as well too, for our events and just during their normal business operations. So whatever the city can do to enhance the safety, I fully support. Thanks.
I don't even want to start asking the questions because we'll be here all night, but I really need you to give me a more breakdown of why these wires are not sufficient to cover the current. I also need to know what kind of bulbs you're putting in. We're dealing all in LEDs that are drawing no wattage, and you know this. So I agree with Vice Mayor. I don't understand why are there contacts being dirty that need to be cleaned? But people are not upgrading wiring to change lights these days. They're changing lights. You can add so many lights to the house. When we had the hurricane, I was the only house in the block that had all my lights on because I was LED. So, I mean, I don't know how, I need more facts before I say yes to approving $100,000, and that's
Well,
all.
I'll come back with a detailed plan, exactly why the wires got to come up. Now, of course, it's only 150 amp service servicing 48 lights. That's a pretty light load, and I'm sure
But
most
you got to
engineers
tell me
understand.
how much it's drawing before you give me that. I mean,
And I
you
will
know.
bring you all that back.
Okay,
sir, yeah.
that's all I want to do.
The one thing I was curious is, are we still working on putting lights across the Forbes property lot? We are? Okay.
Yes.
Is that city helping with that?
Yeah, we have the poles up there now.
Oh, they're up?
Oh,
already?
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good,
Mhm.
all right. I think just more information when you have it.
Yes, I will get to you. Yes,
all
sir.
right. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. The other item is Spring Bayou Tarpon Avenue property, which is the former Hoffman property.
Yes, we're asked about that. What I included in the backup was where we left off. We did a survey last February, and there sure was a lot of ideas of what to do with a lot. Obviously, we're in a stretch where we're doing a comprehensive plan. We're doing a strategic plan. We've heard about this on several of the other items tonight of what to do. I'm sure we'll be moving to decide something on this down the road. Right now, our idea is to spruce up the maintenance, make it look nice for now, and this is probably an issue we'll deal, after we complete what we're doing with the comp plan, strategic plan, and this will be another issue where I suggest we go out again with another survey, see what the theme is, and then it's something we'll be planning for the future. But obviously, with the many, many, many things we've been dealing with the past year, this is one that'll probably be coming up at a later time when we have all those other documents and the public engagement. Remember, we're going to need a lot of public engagement in April, May, June, as we start getting to the public and back to the commission on these plans we're doing. So there's going to be a lot of that going on, and obviously, this is going to be one of the steps in the future of what we have to deal with. So I just want to remind everybody and show everybody the survey results again. And again, this is just an update, so this is something we'll be dealing with at another time.
Okay. Thank you. Public comments. Are there any public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone attending at this time.
Okay. Board comments. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I'm, gonna be pleased when we go get something done with this property by the bayou outside of just 1 clock, so.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thanks. Mark, did you mention that the city's going to do a little bit of effort of sprucing this up a little bit further?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's going to go a long ways, at least in the time being, until some final decision's made. I will say I'm open. I do like the idea of the public space, the different ideas of if it's artwork, fountain, gazebo, or for the Stafford House. I am for that as well too. Overall, but at the end of the day, I think it's just best for the city to get another re-engagement, focus in on maybe some of the items that or try to get a bigger response. 55 or 56 responses is like 0.20% of our population. Not saying, but we're elected as commissioners to make decisions on behalf of the residents. So if they provide some type of idea, then it's up to the board at that point to make those decisions and city staff. So, but I mean, if we are putting out some type of survey, I think if we could try to figure out how to get more than 55 people to respond, that would be the best case scenario. But at the end of the day, I do think it's great to see open space as a park, or I think Stafford House would serve really well there if they could figure out how to get it there. Thanks.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Commissioner Eisner.
Was there somebody? Okay. Thank you, Mayor. When I saw this and saw 55 and 56 responses, I think we could get more responses on Tarpon Community on Facebook than this. So this is not something that I can go off of. We really need to get more of an insight from the residents on what to do.
when I looked at this, it was, so I'd like to see something done with it, but until we get more information, this is not good information. The most category is 25 people. I mean, that's not enough to make a decision, because any decision we make on these type of numbers, we are going to have an explosion go through Tarpon Springs of why did they do that? Why did, so we need to get a.
You can have that anyway,
I know.
so I mean, this one's a big deal.
Have we ever looked at hiring a polling company?
And, yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Eisner. I didn't
Well,
mean to-
it's like, right now, like I said, where we're at, I just looking at it and I just go, okay. In other words, nobody's really made an opinion on it, so.
When we first explored this, when the Sunbay was up there too, Mr. Seaman, Merle Seaman, who was, I think he gave up his licensing as a landscape architect, had put together a nice little plan with a gazebo and everything for that location. That was kind of an alternative, and the other alternative was to put the Safford House there as well. And I can tell you, the Safford House, moving the Safford House is, talking about sticker shock, you wouldn't, it's like, we can get to that point and talk about it, but I think people are going to be shocked by the cost of something like that. The other thing too is that I think that the grass is coming along pretty nicely is basically what you've got in mind.
Yes.
I know that we've gotten some stone anchors or whatever we call them, the huge lime rock boulders. There's a gentleman in town that when he identifies one that actually, and he goes and asks the John Saxer if the city can have it, Mr. LaCourse dispatches that's probably one of the uses of our dump truck, Mr. Function, to go get that boulder, and then we store them somewhere. So we've got a bunch of them, or not a bunch, but we've got some that we could put out there. I think we start peppering benches and things like that. I think given the situation that we've got with the downtown right now, the sensitivity with the homeless and everything, I wouldn't have said this 2 years ago, but I think we've got some issues right now that we need to be careful and not create a problem when one doesn't exist, that's all. So I don't mind, and of course it'd be more work for our police chief too, so I don't mind slow walking this for a little while longer. I do know that, I don't want to forget Mr. Hoffman's parents. We were obligated to provide a plaque, a deserving plaque for that at some point. I'm a little concerned about, unless it's one thing that could be located, doing something right at this instant without really knowing where the focal point of the community is. Maybe if Mr. Hoffman's got some ideas, he can get with the city manager on that. So that's something I wouldn't mind tying off that loose end before I left office anyway, which is another 2 years. So that's my idea. I think it's, I would say a year ago, I didn't care for the way the place looked, but now the volunteer grass that we've got out there with the watering that's being done, I think it is coming along nicely. It's not the eyesore that it used to be. And we've done a good job of keeping vehicles off of it as well. So that's all I want to say about that one. Is there anything else you want to add?
That's
on
it.
that? Okay. That's it then, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I guess, Ms. Went, you're here, you're just sitting there quietly. Do you want to say anything? Or Ms. Smith, you're sitting there patiently sitting? Do you want to say anything, Ms. Went? Do you want to get up here and just say that?
I do appreciate you even asking, but we do hope to see some improvements. I know when you talk about maybe the money we're going to spend for lighting, but I'd like to see us take an approach that our city is growing and we're going north and south, and Jacob said it right. We need to light up a few more places if we're going to keep Stumpy's and Five Branches Brewing. These are people that have moved beyond, And we need that walking area to get better and more friendly and look better. That's why I really came tonight too, to see, was that on the agenda? I was hoping for it. So, and being you're asking me if I was here for any other reason, I am hoping that someday we would like to see something good happen to the Forbes property. I know it could easily go up for sale, but it would still be nice to have something looking good there. We kept it. So,
Yeah,
you're
I agree
asking
with
for
that
an
one.
opinion.
That's probably something we should talk about, doing some, other than it just remaining an eyesore right now. So I know we talked about parking, but we could still clean it up a little bit. So that's it. Let's go to board and staff comments. Chief Young.
No comments, sir.
Okay. Mr. Salzman.
No comments, ma'am.
City Manager LaCourse.
No, I just again want to thank the chief for his indulgence and follow my signals to not address a blatant code violator and let him speak and know that there's
That's
another
during the
side.
meeting. You'll hear about it later.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But I thank him for following my.
Ms. Jacobs.
I have no comments, thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything? Commissioner Funk?
Yeah, this is my last official meeting where we're voting on things. It's been an honor to serve the residents. I'll have more comments at our next meeting. Appreciate the board staying consistent with going past the 11 o'clock hour on our meetings. So it's good to know the last one made it across the line as well too. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
I want to thank Habitat for Humanity. They did their 800th home. It's a great program. The young lady was just plain fantastic. I represented Vice Mayor, who came down to help, myself and Coolius. There were, dignitaries there, and I also want to thank the mayor, who was there at the Habitat for Humanity today, and the chief and the city manager. It's a great program. People need help, and you know what? This city is looking to help people with their the hardship of trying to afford affordable housing. And I just want to say, my wife's been in to take stock in children and helping them with their scholarships, and I just love this town. That's all I can tell you. It's a really nice town, and have a good week. That's all I can say.
Okay, since I've got 30 seconds left, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 11:19. So thanks, everybody.